Good morning, everyone. We'll just take a few minutes before you guys all join in and settle in, and then we can start off today's session as such. Thank you. All right, I think we'll start off as well. Hi, Roy. How are you? I am going to just set the context a little bit for all of you guys. Meanwhile, we have the others also join in today. Welcome to the session on a one-day MBA. For a long time, I think since last year, Rishihood University has been doing a certain workshop series on the one-day MBA as such. The idea behind the entire workshop was to give you a glimpse of what happens in an MBA program. It's very difficult to curtail everything in an entire day and sort of give you a very short brief about it. So we thought we'll just put together maybe 3 or 4 sessions for all of you between, we'll take the half a day today for sure, and talk about various aspects that trouble B school aspirants at all points of time. Uh, in a typical B school journey, in a B school consideration journey, there are multiple areas that you guys are dealing with on a regular basis, right? From what sort of a B school should I select, what sort of specializations should I take, if I'm understanding a certain specialization, am I equipped enough to do a case study on that? Am I equipped enough to think in the manner that an MBA program would actually sort of bridge the gap as such? And of course, the main question, or rather the main goal that every MBA aspirant goes ahead and does, is the fact that will I get a job? And if I get a job, what sort of companies are going to take me in? What sort of qualities are companies going to take from me, or rather look at me when they are hiring me as well? So I think that's the entire focus of today's session as well. That can I somehow make 3, 4, 5 sessions and give you a glimpse of how this MBA program can be dealt with. A lot of students, and I've been training students for about 15 years now, and across this timeline, when I meet students on a regular basis, I come to see that the usual confusions are that when I CAT data, I've given my entrance exam, I've given my GDPI, we're constantly thinking about all of that. But once I have an admit, or once I have a selection from a particular B school, I have stopped thinking of how to prepare for that. So I'm very happily sitting in my own chair, and I realized that, okay, fine, college is supposed to start in July, August. When they start, they're going to teach me everything and we're going to be a happy life. But I believe that in today's competition, with the number of students that we have, the sort of programs that we have, the sort of competition and the technological changes that are happening across us, it is necessary that you are prepared much before when you start your management journeys as well. So we're going to touch base on a lot of these. Let me take just a minute to introduce myself as well. My name is Anju. I head the admissions and marketing at Rishihood University. I have been in education for the past 15 years. I started my career as someone who was training students for various MBA entrance exams, including the CAT, ZAT, MAT, you name the exam, and I could train them on multiple areas as such. Post that, I've been within the education industry for quite some time, and I've been a core career counselor. So yes, this is a Rishihood session. Yes, we are going to talk about Rishihood as well, maybe towards the end, maybe sometime in between. But the focus remains on the fact that you guys have come here to learn a little bit about the MBA segment and become better, prepare better for your future as well. So what we've lined up for you today is, first up, we will start with a small session. I'm going to take another maybe about 20, 25 minutes to outline what sort of specializations, the main specializations that are there, and more importantly, what are the ways in which you can select a business school? I think that's a very important part of choosing your career. One of my one of my former colleagues and a mentor for quite some time used to always say that MBA is like marriage, do it late, but don't do it wrong. So don't do it wrong. It is okay if you take another year's break. It is okay if you take another, maybe build up your profile, talk to particular students who are pursuing an MBA program currently, talk to people who've been conducting an MBA program for years, talk to industry people. Take that time to understand this field, and only then do it when you have a certain value that you can find from the program. So it's okay to do it late, but don't do it wrong. And naturally, when that comes into picture, you also have to understand that what goes into making a good B school. क्या होता है B schools में? You know, what are the various characteristics? Everywhere something good has a certain characteristic, has a certain shape that you can check out for. India is a land where we have more than 1,000 universities today, more than 40,000 colleges today, which offer either an MBA or something equivalent to an MBA program. And that particularly is too much. You know, there's too much choices available. There are too many things that are available. So naturally, it's very important that you take an informed decision. You're able to go ahead and find out what works best for you. And then, I keep saying that you then go and fix this love affair that you have with your MBA program so that you're able to take out the best benefit from it. Quick controls, I think on your screens, you have a chat box. I'm going to try and see that I keep it open for you on most days, or rather on most during the session as well, so you can interact with us through that. Have a Q&A box on your screens where you can put in your questions in case if you have. So let's start with this before I move on to the next sessions. You have some wonderful sessions with someone who's a brand strategist, someone who's been in the industry for quite some time. Professor Kirti will be taking you through marketing and the particular field of marketing for the generation alpha that we have. We also have Dr. Sonika, who will be taking you through a case study analysis, and it's a very interesting case study on the Adani Group and a couple of others that you can go through. And finally, I will have my very, very close friend, Mr. Anindo Roy, who is with Oracle and who will be talking to you about sales. How do you do sales in a tech company, in the world of tech as such, and how does that function? So I think we're sorted for the day. Let's start off. I want a quick, just to know whether everyone is awake, all of you are alive. Can you just quickly put on your chat box with respect to what specializations are you looking at? As an MBA aspirant, what are the specializations, or what are some confusions that you have? You're looking at MBA B school, CMAT exam has just gotten over. I think all of you are waiting for results as well. I have Reenu says HR, I have marketing, Nituj operations and supply chain management, marketing. Hi Janya, how are you? Janya, some content maybe repeated. You've done so many sessions with me, but then just sorry for that as well. MBA marketing, finance, HR, finance, anything eclectic, anything outside of all of these as well? Outside of the regular MBA, business analytics, financial management. Okay. So more or less, we have, we thank you so much, Janya. We have everyone, and I think all of the specializations, which are usually the ones that an MBA program caters to. I think that's the one that we're talking about. Fabulous. Okay, let me just quickly, I don't like doing PPTs, but let me try and see if I can curtail a little bit of that. First, first come first. Why are we talking about so many specializations? Why are we talking about so many, why are we talking about MBA in the first place? MBA has been there for a long, long time, yes? I think about easily around 30, 35 odd years, we've had the MBA program that has been delivered within the ecosystem of India as well. And a lot of times, the question is whether an MBA is necessary or not. A lot of students ask me, "Ma'am, MBA karna bhi chahiye, nahi karna chahiye? Can I get a career without an MBA?" So do all of you all think that an MBA is necessary? All of you are MBA aspirants, and yet I'm asking, I run an MBA program, and I'm still asking you, do you think MBA is necessary for you to go ahead and succeed in life? Yes, anyone, Vinny, Janya, yes, no, necessary for life skills and management skills. Okay, we don't necessarily require an MBA. A lot of people have mentioned no's out here in my chat box, all right? So then tell me, why are we all looking at an MBA program then? Why do we all think that an MBA program is necessary for us at this point of time? It gives us a platform and exposure. Okay, what else? What else? That's it? Only for platform and exposure? All right, the world is absolutely interconnected. Yes, everything that we do today is an impact of something that has happened in another part of the world. In fact, the way that one of the very core jokes in management is that when USA catches cold, India sneezes. That's how connected we are. That's how interconnected things are. So whether you're working with Apple, whether you're working with an Indian company, whether you're working with a Korean company, a Chinese company, all of you all are catering at the end of the day to a larger grand challenge, which could be anything, which could be core to sustainability, it could be core to employability, it could be core to tech innovations, so many other things as well. So we are vastly interconnected with each other. In fact, a beautiful example of that is, and I've quoted this so many times, Anindo knows it. Anindo and I have known each other for about 20 years now. And he knows that we've been discussing this for a very, very long time. But it's so interconnected. And the best example that I can think of is this beautiful Princess Diana's death. Does anyone know who is Princess Diana? I don't even know whether your generation knows her. I think I'm that old right now. But then what sort of, anyone has an idea with respect to who was Princess Diana? Anyone on the chat box? Who was Princess Diana? Who was Princess Diana? Yes, Princess of Wales. That's very nice, Janya. Okay, so Princess Diana was this beautiful princess. Yes, she was a beautiful British princess with a Welsh subtitle, with an Egyptian boyfriend at that point of time. And they were going in a German car. They were riding in a German car, driven by a Belgian driver, drunk on Scottish whiskey. And they were going very fast. And they were going very fast because they were being driven, or rather, they were being chased by Italian paparazzi on Japanese motorcycles. And they were going so fast and so fast and so fast that they went and crashed into the Swiss tunnel. An American doctor with Brazilian medicines and Indian naturopathy tried to recover the two of them, but he failed. And this is being told to you by me. My name is Anju. I was born in Chennai, brought up for the first 3 years in Kashmir, spent a lot of time in Lucknow, spent a lot of time in Indore, a few years in Chennai, a few years in Bangalore, a few years in Pune. Last I was in for about 4 or 5 years in Pune, a little bit time in Gurgaon, a little bit time in Mumbai, and some international travel here and there. And finally, sitting from a very small town called as Sonipat, connected to you by technology on a Zoom call on a Saturday morning. That is how interconnected we are. Everything that we do, anything that happens anywhere. So when you do this, how do I understand this entire segment? How do I understand this interconnection? And I think that's where an MBA program sort of delves into the entire aspect. That is the sort of space where the MBA program gives you the platform someone had mentioned, gives you the right skill to understand this interconnectedness as well. A lot of things come into picture. You need to have the right sort of vision. There was a very beautiful story of Lord Lever. And Lord Lever, who was heading in Hindustan Unilever at that point of time, Lord Lever had once gone to a conference, and this was a conference where you had a lot of people who were people who were selling shampoos, and they had businesses which sold shampoos and hygiene, sanitation. You had people selling soaps, washes, and so on and so forth, right? So this was a conference of all of these FMCG guys. And a lot of people came to the stage. Everyone was supposed to introduce themselves and their company. They came up to the stage and said, okay, fine, hi, my name is XYZ. I run this company and we make hand sanitizers. I'm XYZ. I make this company and we run, we sell soaps. We're in the business of shampoos and so on and so forth. Lord Lever, when he came to the dais, he said, hi, my name is Lord Lever and I run HUL, and we are a company that is in the business of healthcare. Can anyone tell me here, why would he have said that? He's only at the end of the day making shampoos and soaps and everything, or hand sanitizers or hand washes, anything. Why would he say that he was in a business of healthcare? Guys, you can just put it across on the chat box as well. Yes? Anyone? Why would he say that I was in the business of healthcare? He was selling soaps. He was selling the major business that HUL at that time had was soaps. One of the biggest one of the biggest products of HUL has been Lifebuoy. So he was in the business of soaps, but he went across to the dais and said, I am in the business of healthcare. Lord Lever mentioned that I'm in the business of healthcare, and naturally, like a lot of people were like, okay, what the hell are you talking about? Why are you talking about this? This is not healthcare. You are at the end of the day soaps. And he says that as hospitals and healthcare take care of you after you fall ill. If you use my products, you will never get ill. You don't even have to get into that. So I'm not curative healthcare. I'm actually preventive healthcare. That was the vision that he had. तंदुरुस्ती की रक्षा करता है Lifebuoy है जहां तंदुरुस्ती है वहां. That is not a dialogue. That is not a tagline which is just made out of thin air to attract people just like that. That is the belief of the company. That is the vision of the company. And I think this part, being able to think of a vision for yourself, being able to think of what you need to achieve out of your program, I think that to a large extent, the MBA program has been very beautifully crafted in any good college as such, which can help you, build that vision and at the same time be able to make choices. Now, a couple of things about the MBA program. It's very simple. Obviously, a regular 2-year format in India, of course, has a first year being focused on everything, and then the second year when you specialize. I'm going to try and see if I can share my screen and quickly look through some pointers that you can. Let me. Okay, I'm running back. All right. Most of your specialization areas that you have on the screens, everything is visible to all of you. If you can just give me a quick tickle on the chat box as well. Yes. Okay, fine. All right. Everyone can see. Fantastic. Now let's look at this. Yes. So we have predominantly the areas of specialization that we look at are marketing, entrepreneurship, finance, HR, international business, operations, a lot of others as well, right? When I'm looking at these areas, there are certain qualities that are there that each and every candidate should have in terms of trying to see if you want to opt these specialization areas as well. हर किसी के लिए सब कुछ नहीं बना है, right? Everyone cannot do everything else put together. So you need to find out what is my calling, what is the area that I can actually get into and sort of build a better career out of it. At the same time, you also have an option in the second year. In a lot of B schools, or rather most B schools give you the option to have dual specializations in the sense that you can pursue one as a major specialization and the other specialization as a minor. When I say minor, you do lesser subjects. It's just more like an introductory add-on perspective that is there. In some institutions, like at Rishihood, we have a dual specialization policy. So you will have two majors. You could do a marketing and finance major. Ensure that you study both of them in depth and go ahead and make a career out of either of them as well, right? So these are possibilities that are there in terms of multiple specialization areas. Now, what goes into looking at, let's say, every particular thing? Let's look at the marketing specialization. I'm a little biased towards marketing because I am from the same field for quite some time. Someone had asked me, are we only going to talk about marketing today? Not necessarily. We will obviously have the other areas as well covered. So marketing, who is a marketing person? I believe marketing person has to be very people driven. Many students come to me and say, oh, I love talking to people. I love connecting with them. I think I can understand their emotions. मुझे समझता है जब सामने वाला दुखी है या नहीं है. I think I should get into HR. Maybe you should just take a step back and think through if you are that vivacious, if you are that person who is very people driven, if you are someone who can really connect with people well, then you should be in the area of marketing. Marketing people essentially are very, very people driven. Naturally, the sort of work that you do is within branding, within communication, within sales. Often marketing is thought about to be a field जहाँ पे लोग सिर्फ credit card बेचते हैं, right? हर किसी के हिसाब से होता है कि यार credit card बेचने का काम है, इसलिए मुझे marketing में नहीं जाना. लड़की हूं मैं, मुझे marketing में नहीं जाना. Because पापा ने कहा है that if I get into marketing, I'm going to be only on the streets. I'm only going to be, मैं धूप में जाके ऐसा काली हो जाऊंगी और ये सब हो जाएगा. That is what is going to happen in marketing. No, not necessary. Marketing has multiple areas as well. Yes, you have a very core area called sales, which is necessary, and a large part of every organization is the sales division. It's one of the most key and one of the most important sections that is there in for any particular company. Yes, but then if you are someone who says that I can't do sales, I can talk to people, I can understand, but ये अभी खरीद लो, ये वाला काम मैं नहीं कर सकती, मुझे sales नहीं समझता, मुझे धंधा नहीं समझता वैसे. So then you can also look at other fields within marketing, which are like communication, which are like branding. I think there's a large scope of people who are doing digital marketing today who are core digital marketers who need to have their entire sense of the marketing specialization and then go ahead with it. Similarly, people who handle communication verticals, there are companies, there are organizations where the sales is driven by the branding and the communication teams, because that's how vast that network can be. Advertising in itself is a large field that you can figure out. Thanda Matlab Coca-Cola is written by a content writer, is written by a marketing advertising team. It is not written by Coca-Cola itself. Yes, so there are multiple fields that you can look it through. What takes a person needs to be, you need to have a math and a non-math sort of a combination. You need to be someone who's very creative, but is also logic driven, because as someone mentioned that we have an interest in business analytics, a lot of marketing today is driven by analytics. It is driven by business analytics as such, right? So you need to have the understanding that yes, one thing is intuitive. मुझे पता है कि ये मैं करूंगी तो ये चल जाएगा. If I do this particular thing, if I try out this particular way of essentially telling people about what my product is in the most innovative ways, then obviously that is my creativity part, that is my logic part. But how do I map it? How do I figure out कि मैंने तो बात कर लिया, but whether that thing has an effect or not? Then you use analytics. So naturally, you need to have a person who can understand logic, but also have a lot of creativity. And of course, one of the other larger careers that you can look at is the digital marketing part that you need to fair now. This is good. Till now, everything is clear. If I'm moving too fast, please do let me know on the chat box as well. And again, I will accordingly move on. Okay, I don't have any responses on the chat box, so I'm assuming that everything is fine. Let me see. Okay, let's look at the next area very quickly, which is finance. Again, one of the most coveted areas. A lot of people look at finance as a career option. Usually, the inclination that we see in MBA schools is that either a person takes finance or a person takes marketing. Mostly, these are the fields, because I think a large number of organizations also have more openings in these particular fields as such. And these are growing fields. These are fields that are very, very, very necessary. So of course, finance is very high in demand. You have demand for extremely astute financial professionals who need to be part of organizations, who can run organizations, understand we're anyway in a world of uncertainties. Today, we're talking about the country becoming a $1 trillion company, and tomorrow we may have a situation like 2008-9 when Lehman Brothers fell and the entire global economy was sort of hit. We currently in the country are also in some sort of recession today, right? So a finance professional who can understand all of this and then make strategies for the company is very, very in demand. And obviously, aapko number dikhna chahiye. You need to be someone who is passionate about math. If you're someone who says that I struggle with math, then I think you should rethink whether you want to get into finance or not, right? You have to be very math driven. You have to be number crunchers. If you are someone, I keep joking with students that if you are someone who's going on in traffic and you see a car right in front of you with the number 2540, आपका दिमाग इतना math driven होना चाहिए that you should be immediately getting into the fact that okay, 25% of 40 is what, 40% of 25 is what, 5% of 240 is what, and so on and so forth. So you have to be extremely math driven. You have to be extremely good with that. Some areas where you can work in terms of after having done a finance specialization include areas like data sciences, business analytics, investment banking, of course, the stock markets, corporate finance, and there are so much more. Today, I think you can have your own financial analysis is one particular area that you can look at. Portfolio management is another area that you can look at. Consulting, financial consulting is another area that you can look at. So there are plethora of careers within finance as such, but you have to be very math driven. You have to be someone who's very logical, who knows that it has to be 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. और उसके साथ हम किस तरीके से कर सकते हैं, उसकी तरह से हम किस तरीके से financial strategies बना सकते हैं. I think that is something that you have to be very, very driven within finance as well. Can you have fun in finance? Of course, you have fun in finance. So if any of you all think, oh, ये तो मेरे को समझ में नहीं आएगा, बहुत boring है, not necessary. I think number crunching can be extremely interesting. The world is run by data today. If you can't give me data, I don't think I can even trust you for anything. It's become like that. So a lot of, and there's also very beautiful synthesis between marketing and finance as two fields, right? You can be creative and do financial analysis for that particular creative expression very, very easily. So you can look at these two careers as such. Let's look at human resources. A lot of you all at the start, at the beginning, mentioned that human resources is something that I'd like to pick up. And I'd like to see how I can do this. So human resources, number one quality that someone needs to have in human resources is, someone had mentioned just, Suyog says, can Vedic math help me to be good in finance? Suyog, Vedic math can help you number crunch easily and definitely yes, but not as the core. So it's not that agar aapne Vedic math nahi kiya, to aisa nahi hai ki finance nahi aayega. All right. So if you already know that, nothing like it. All right. Now, coming back to human resources, of course, it's a very non-math field. Non-math field in the sense, yes, you have to do your taxes. Yes, you have to do compensations, benefits, everything else as such. But it is essentially people who are not very inclined towards a very mathematical sort of a way. Having said that, this constant battle between the fact that I'm very good with people, मुझे marketing करना चाहिए या finance करना, sorry, HR करना चाहिए. I think for HR, more than the fact that you need to be good with people, what is more important is that you need to be very organized. You need to have a bent of mind where you can set processes. So if you're someone who likes to keep things organized, who are very organized in the way that you do things, whether it's your tasks, whether it's your to-do lists, whether it is the way that you keep your room as well, if that is a very structured, very organized way, and you are someone who can bring across people, आप systems set कर सकते हैं. You're people who think that मेरे को एक idea आया and now I know how to implement this idea as well. This is the way that we need to do. This is the way that our process needs to be done. And when I say processes, please don't think about it as something very big. It could be as simple as the fact that आपके entire family you guys decide to go out somewhere. You're the one who says, okay, fine, we'll go out to this particular restaurant, but you're the one who says, all right, fine, the process will be, or rather, how do we get to that restaurant? Maybe people can sort of come together at this point of time. This is the way that we can meet up. This is the way that we can go. Yes. So if you're someone who can set processes, who are very, very organized, I think HR is a beautiful field for you. One area within HR as well. So a lot of people look at HR as only compensations and benefits. लोगों को लगता है HR का काम है जैसे सैलरी स्लिप निकाल के देना और लोगों को टीम बिल्डिंग एक्टिविटी कराना, right? So it's not just about the same thing. Or a lot of people also come to me and say कि मैम मुझे HR नहीं बनना क्योंकि HR में तो सिर्फ रंगोली बनवाते हैं. It's not about that. It's not about only looking at organization as a space where people can feel more, people can feel that they belong there. That definitely is the work of an HR. But another subdivision within HR that's come up very well across the last few years is the recruitment, training, and the development fields. How do I recruit people? What are the particular parameters that I need to have? At the same time, also the fact that how can I train these people? A very small example, I mean, and this is something that off the bat that I know from Rishihood as well. Um, we have, we have the HR department, obviously, is a very robust department at Rishihood. And there are interventions that I see that my HR keeps creating for multiple people. So I am the vertical head of a certain vertical. So I am part of the leadership team. So they decided, okay, fine, it is very necessary that all of the leaders in the organization understand each other's values, understand what clicks for them, what does not click for them, and then actually come together to build the organization better. Beautiful training exercise that they did for all of us. But similarly, the HR also organized training sessions and these self-leadership sessions for all of my students as well as all of my other staff as well. So I think a lot of training development requirements, a lot of HR is now gotten into training in the sense that as an employee tomorrow, if you are getting into an organization, आपके पास एक requirement रहेगा, आपको जानना है कुछ चीज, right? You want to go ahead and you want to maybe learn about personal finance. I'm a marketing professional, but I want to know more about personal finance. I am an HR professional, but I think I want to know more about technologies that I can use to make my HR work better. So there are so many learning requirements that are there in an organization, and a large part of the HR's work to build a very healthy culture in the organization could also be to focus on these training requirements, focus on these development requirements, focus on these, how do I retrain them? Agar mera sales team hai, sales team nahi kaam kar pa raha hai, so can I give them something else? Can I give them a technology support? Can I give them something else where they can work on their own pitches and then do it? And a large part of it is also one of the largest problems that a lot of organizations in the corporate today face is the problem of attrition. We lose people very quickly. Any corporate organization, the average age or the average time that a guy spends in a company is not more than 2 years. Some even 6 months and 8 months and 1 year as such. So when we have these particular aspects happening, the HR's job becomes to create a certain system, create processes, create a culture within the organization, and define the behavior of that organization to the point that the organization can sustain for a longer period of time. A lot of companies which have had fantastic products, amazing marketing cycles, amazing vision in terms of how they want to grow, profitability, everything, have not been able to do well because the culture in that particular organization was not set well. In fact, there is a management guru, Peter Drucker. You all would have studied. अगर आप लोग ने business studies किया है तो आपने सुना होगा Peter Drucker के बारे में. Peter Drucker once said that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So you can have the strategy for the best organization and the best company possible, but if your culture is not right, it will actually ensure that that strategy never pans out well. So if you are a very organized person and you are someone who can look at people, yes, you need to have empathy, you need to have the knack to understand people well. If you're someone like that, you can look at human resources as a part. Interestingly, we also have a specialization nowadays called as entrepreneurship. Rishihood offers it, a lot of other B schools also offer it. Entrepreneurship, the typical question that I get is, how can I teach entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship to business chalana hai, aap kisi ko sikha kaise sakte hain? But I think entrepreneurship works under 3 areas. You have first generation entrepreneurs. No one in the family has started a business. This is the first time I'm starting a business, right? Then I have a family managed business. My entire family for the last 200 years is into the business of, let's say, export and import for a certain spice. And I want to now grow that. I'm part of a family managed business. Or the third part is I can be an entrepreneur, someone like me, someone like someone else, maybe someone like Anindo here. People who are working in organizations, but they work like an entrepreneur. They're given opportunities where they can think, work through, bring in new ideas, innovate constantly, and grow the organization well. So you're working like an entrepreneur. If you're someone who, I think it's very simple as well, if you're someone with the vision to start something of your own at some point of time, I think employment generation is an outcome that every management graduate should look at. Is a certain long-term vision, long-term goal that everyone should have, because I don't think there is any other better way to build a particular nation rather than actually looking at employment generation. Look at India. India has got the largest, youngest population in the world. the world. Our average age is between 23 to 25. We have so many people, right? And yet I have very limited opportunities. I have very limited employment opportunities. So the more people go ahead and start their organizations with a good intention, and they do it well, not कि मैंने बस बनाया और valuation में बेच दिया और चला गया. No, build companies for longevity. I think that particularly makes the entrepreneurship segment very, very good. It's also quality. Entrepreneurship is also a skill that is required across all domains. So if you are finance, if you're entrepreneurial, fantastic. If you're marketing, you are entrepreneurial, fantastic. An entrepreneurial mindset is essentially very ownership driven, very accountable driven, right? It is a mindset which ensures that you're constantly preparing for a very uncertain world. You're constantly innovating, you're constantly relevant. So I think entrepreneurship, if you have that specialization, at Rishihood, we have an incubation fund. We love incubating students who are on campus, and if they want to start something of their own, there are students who are already working on their startups. In fact, at Rishihood, even staff, even people like me, an employee who takes salary, is encouraged to go ahead and start my own company. I can start my own company parallelly, take funding from the university, or rather take support from the university for mentorship and everything else, and become an entrepreneur, despite the fact that I'm also an entrepreneur in the organization. So if you have entrepreneurship, fantastic. If you're any of these categories as well, I think it's a good way. And the other specializations, in a nutshell, if I can let you know about, say, international business or operations, or likewise, are very logistics driven, right? Operations as such is a very logistical driven person. If you're someone who has the quality of administration, someone who can, again, very structured, who can understand the fact that how do you run a certain event. Aapne event management bahut sara kiya hai, in your college, and likewise, I think operations is a field that you can look at for sure. Supply chain is a large area. So many companies, DHL, Amazon, which are running on core logistics and core supply chain as such. So that is one field that you can look at. International business, again, a particular field that looks at, as the word says, international business. So you need to be more global in your approach. You need to be someone who can look through multiple areas well, understand each and every. So there's a component of international business in every specialization also, right? Ab har specialization ke through bhi wo kar sakte hain. And you can pursue it separately if you want to get into areas of external affairs, areas of trade, foreign trade, and so on and so forth. Then I think international business is a great specialization for you. There are multiple others, like very niche specializations like business analytics, data science, AI. Manoj, I think these are areas I'm personally, these are areas today which are part of every specialization and every MBA program. All right. So for example, at Rishihood, every student has to go through data sciences, has to go through statistics, has to go through business analytics, has to go through artificial intelligence ideas as well. But is it something that you need to do in a specialization for 2 years? I will not be sure of that, right? Yes, largely the world is driven by that. I would advise that you look at courses which can give you opportunities to do certifications in business analytics, certifications in AI. These are tools to make your understanding of management world better. But management altogether is very vastly segregated into these 4 or 5 core areas. हर business में आप hospital का business चलाओ, hotel का business चलाओ, you run an education institution, you have to have a core marketing, finance, HR, operations, international business, entrepreneurship. These are areas that you have to have, right? So you focus on these areas and ensure that you are bulking up your entire degree with the knowledge for business analytics, with the knowledge for AI, with the knowledge for IoT, with the knowledge for multiple things. Like, for example, at Rishihood right now, my students are working on research projects on how ChatGPT can be used for students to make their lives better, but at the same time also understand things better. So they're decoding that stuff. We're not looking at AI as something that's going to take my job away. We're looking at how can I use this better to have better outcomes, to save on time, and also go ahead and, a lot of other things that are there. So that particularly becomes one other part about MBA as such. Now, outside of this, we have the next question, rather the crucial question that comes between a lot of other things is that, how do you select a particular B school? How do you particularly select a business school? What are the certain parameters that you can look at? So I'm going to just quickly take you through 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 parameters. And then if you all have any questions, we'll quickly take that before we move on to the next session again. What are my parameters? Number one, there are some which are very logical. One is I've written my first parameter as MBA and executive MBA. Top business schools in the country are business schools which run both sort of patterns. So as something knowledge driven, there are two kinds of an MBA that we have in the world, right? We have a 1-year MBA, we also have a 2-year MBA. Both of them are there. Now, India is a large market for the 2-year MBA. Okay. A lot of people in India obviously opt for a 2-year MBA, and it is very primed for that as well. The career opportunities, the sort of ecosystem that we've driven across placements has become very strong to ensure that you have a very good opportunity after the 2-year MBA program as well. A lot of people keep asking me कि engineering के बाद MBA करना अच्छा है क्या? Engineering तो कुछ और है, ये कुछ और है. But I think engineering and MBA is a fantastic combination as well. Because when you're an engineer, you develop a very logical bent of mind. And then when you're applying that logic with the sort of human, with the sort of more innate area of the MBA program, the more humanity-driven area of the MBA program, it sort of helps you as well. Now, top B schools, if you look at, they will have both the programs in their B schools. One, when I say executive MBA, doesn't necessarily mean an executive MBA. It could be a 1-year program. What happens in this and why is this important? Look at the average profile of a 2-year MBA program student. Average profile of a 2-year MBA student is that they're mostly freshers, or they will have maybe 1 or 2 years of experience, maximum, right? So these are people who've just finished their graduation. They're still grappling. They're still trying to understand how the world functions. Kis tarike se sab kuch chalta hai. The 1-year program, on the other hand, is a program where you have on an average people who are with 5, 6, 7 years of work ex who come together and study for a 1 entire year on either management, on public leadership, on multiple other areas. In India today, we do not have more than 30 to 40 colleges that offer a 1-year executive track, a 1-year executive program in anything. Why is this important? Because an MBA program, mostly a good MBA program, is a residential program. जब वो आप residential रहता है आपके लिए, naturally you're spending so much time within the same ecosystem. आप एक ही ecosystem में हैं, आप वहीं पे रहते हैं, आप उधर ही काम करते हैं, आप उधर ही पढ़ाई करते हैं. You're talking to students on a daily basis. You're talking to your peers on a daily basis. Imagine the sort of exposure that you will get when you're sharing lunch and dinner and everything with someone. You're a fresher, you've just out of college, but you're sharing dinner with someone who's got maybe 8 or 10 years of work ex or 7 years of work ex. Networking is an outcome in an MBA program, and networking is your net worth. How strong is your network is going to be your network. An MBA program, a B school, will help you find your first job. We've recently signed up with PepsiCo for our students for internships and otherwise as well. So when these companies come in, maybe I'll help you get into a PepsiCo for the first job. But an average human being changes jobs at least 5 times. Or maybe much more than that, but at least 5 बार आप बदलेंगे अपनी नौकरियां. Your second job, your third job, your fourth job depends on the network that you're building within your ecosystem. So how do I cut down with this 1,000, 20,000, 40,000 colleges? How do I clutter through that? Just check through with that college. Do you run a 1-year program? Do you have a 1-year program in your campus as well? I'm applying for a 2-year program, yes. लेकिन क्या मेरे पास 1-year program भी है जिनके साथ में interaction कर सकता हूँ या कर सकती हूँ? If you have that, I think that's one very good quality in a B school to sort of help you out. Number 2, where is your B school situated? Fine. कहाँ पे है आपका business school? Is the B school situated in some place like a Jharsuguda or some place like Aizwal, or is it actually in ecosystems like Delhi NCR, ecosystems like Bangalore, Bombay, Pune, so on and so forth? These are thriving ecosystems. Gurgaon houses the headquarters for most of the companies in the world. It's 1 hour away from my campus. So naturally, when I need to go, when I want to invite someone for a guest lecture, when I want to go and send my students for internships, or when I want them to go and talk to these companies on a regular basis to explore more opportunities, shadow sessions, so many others. I'm having an innovation and industry summit on campus right now when I'm talking to you. And it has about 50 or 60 different people from different industries, different stalwarts, CEOs, founders of companies who've come together so that they could talk to my students and give them that exposure. This is possible because I'm very close to a certain ecosystem. Had I been somewhere in interior Tamil Nadu somewhere, or interior, interior UP somewhere, naturally that is not possible. It is not possible for the company to travel so far, and is not possible for you to get that particular exposure as well. So geographical preferences is something that you need to look at. Third is the faculty student ratio. We have a lot of cases where faculty profiles, there are 40 students or 50 students for one faculty, 60 students for one faculty. Where is the attention then? How can you actually focus on your studies and develop individually as well? I think in that sense, always look at faculty student profiles, faculty student ratios, 1:10, 1:5, 1:7. These are healthy ratios. एक फैकल्टी 5 या 10 बच्चों को पढ़ा रहा है, बहुत अच्छी बात है, क्योंकि उस केस में आपके ऊपर फोकस ज्यादा रहेगा, right? We've spoken a little bit about the part that we are talking on corporate interfaces, guest lectures, what sort of an entrepreneurial environment. Does my college go ahead and give me that, openness to fix up and explore my own entrepreneurial aspirations? Do I have avenues where I can talk to an industry lecturer or talk to someone from the industry and actually go ahead and pick up a job opportunity tomorrow or pick up networking opportunities tomorrow? I think that corporate interface is very, very important. To a large extent, at Rishihood, we have about 100 plus interfaces that you have on a regular basis in a year. And there are multiple areas that you can sort of build onto that as well. Some other things, of course, scholarships. In India, there are multiple good institutions today that are focused on the fact that I need qualitative students to come through to me, not anyone and everyone. मुझे 100 800 1000 बच्चा नहीं चाहिए. I need very focused group of say 40, 50, 100 students, 150 students, and I'm ready to give them financial aid. I'm ready to give them that encouragement that if you feel the fee structure is higher and if you feel you can't afford, there are scholarships available. So look at colleges wherein you can get financial aid, whether you get merit-based, whether you get need-based, profile-based, and so on and so forth. Diversity of a campus. How diverse is your cohort? How many people are there? Do I have people all from only one area? सारे लोग सिर्फ दिल्ली से ही हैं, सारे लोग सिर्फ गाजियाबाद से ही हैं? Or do I have a place where I have people representing 25, 28 states? I have international students where my thought processes, where the interactions that I have are wonderful. I think that diversity, you are doing an MBA program, which is a global program. You are doing an MBA program, which will help you get into international positions. You have to work with people from across the globe. So if you're not working with diverse people with diverse perspectives inside your campus, it's not going to be helpful. And then of course, global exposure and residential campuses. What sort of global exposure can I have? Do I have courses that I can do from outside classes? Do I have opportunities where I can maybe do a small immersion, a 10, 15-day program or a semester exchange or likewise in an international space, or get guidance from them? Can I have international faculty who can come down and teach us certain course lectures? I think that particularly helps. And the residential campus, I'm again saying this, Janya knows because Janya and I have been connected for quite some time. Residential campuses are necessary. You cannot be in a day scholar day. You cannot be in a college for an MBA program which starts at 9 and goes off at 5 and then you shut your entire brains off. You cannot do that. You have to be in a residential campus because 70% of your evaluation, 70% of the value that you're going to take out of your MBA program is through the interactions that you have in your campus. It's not necessarily from what you're only learning theoretically. This is a practical, applied-based program. So if you think that you can do that, then I think it's a good program. If you are thinking of colleges जहाँ पे मैं सुबह गई शाम को आई मैं घर के comfort पे आराम से रहूंगी मम्मी पापा खाना बनाएंगे, I think that's not going to prepare you for life. Please understand, earlier when I started my career, the questions used to be that should I do an MBA or not? Today, I think the question is, what sort of an MBA should I do? Should I do which is the right MBA for me? That particular part, if you keep these parameters in mind, you keep these areas in mind, I think that's going to help you a lot. I have overshot my time by about 5 or 6 minutes, and I already have Dr. Kirti waiting in. Let me just take 2 to 3 minutes more. And in case if you all have any questions, you can quickly put through on the Q&A box. My contact number is on the chat box. This is my direct WhatsApp number in case if you wish to connect with me aside after the session, after today's workshop as well. And then, take this discussion ahead. You can do that. I have, for a long time, I have gone ahead and encouraged students to send me a small brief about what their hobbies are, what their interest areas are, what do they want to do with their life as well. And one of my other colleagues would always say this, that, Anju, when you're talking to students, tell them that they need to have a goal, and that goal, or rather a question that should drive their goal is, how do you wish to die? How do you want to die? When you answer that question, your entire pathway is very, very simple. I want to die with a lot of impact on a lot of people. That's why I am working in an organization that is impact driven. I do things that are impact driven. So I think that particular messaging, if that is clear, it's necessary. Obviously, Rishihood runs a lovely 2-year MBA program, and we are underway our admissions as well. So in case if you'd like to go ahead and evaluate that as well, you're free to get in touch with me directly. I would also ask my colleague to drop in the application links and so on and so forth. Since you guys are taking the pains on a Saturday morning to sit with me for 3 to 4 hours, there is a 50% application waiver that you can avail. My team will be in touch with you to help you across the same as well. So that's a little bit about that. And with that, I'm gonna try and see. Wait in for 30 seconds if you all have any questions. If you don't have any questions, we'd like to move on to our next session for today. Any particular questions? Like I mentioned, my number is already there. So please go ahead and drop me a WhatsApp with whatever questions that you have, and then we can sort of take it forward. For now, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Kirti Dutta for our second session today. We've spoken about B schools. We've spoken about what goes into various specialization areas. We've also spoken about, how do you select a business school? So the basics are done. Now I wanted you to sort of look at a very strong function in the area of management, which is marketing. And a lot of people keep asking me, you keep talking about marketing. I think marketing is something which is required by everyone at all stages of life. When you go ahead and apply to a business school, when you go ahead and present yourself in an interview, you are marketing yourself. You're not talking about your weaknesses that much. You are talking about the good things that you have that will help the institution grow. You always go and tell them that this is the reason why you should select me. This is the reason why you should go ahead and pick me up. You are marketing at every point of manner. When you are a child and you want to go ahead and convince your parents to, buy you the ticket to the Backstreet Boys concert, maybe, or whichever way, jo bhi aapko baat karna hai, you're still marketing your proposition. You are persuasion. Marketing, I think, is a very, very core field. And today, the generation has totally changed. I cannot have the same conversations with my students the way that I had with them 10 years back. 10 years back, my students were still grappling, still trying to get to know. They were good, but they wanted a lot of knowledge. Today, my students don't listen to sessions. They have discussions with me. Today, students come to me and say, Anju, ye to bol rahi hai, to theek hai, lekin ye bhi cheezein hain jo aapko janni chahiye that you did not know, right? So I'm having discussions. The entire generation has changed. So if you are to get into this area, what is it to sort of market to the generation alpha? I think that's a small beat that Kirti ma'am can give you. Dr. Kirti is the Dean for the School of Entrepreneurship at Rishihood University. She's been one of our founding members as well. She's been with us since the start of the university and is a core researcher. She's written a lot of books. She's an industry professional herself with a vast experience. And I think you'd love to see how marketing can be dealt with through her as well. So Kirti ma'am, all over to you. We have students today, all MBA aspirants, all looking at multiple areas. They've been very interesting questions. I'd also request that, while we are talking about marketing for the Gen Alpha, if there are areas that you think that, when we are talking about this, we can also have a finance perspective, or we can also have some students who want to maybe pursue an international business, we can include those perspectives as well. And sure, we can sort of look at that. Guys, your Q&A box is open. If you have questions, please do put through there, and I would love to take it with ma'am as well.
Thank you, Anju. Thank you, Anju. Thank you so much. While you were, talking and you were taking your session, I was looking at the comments in the chat box, and I'm super excited to talk to these students, and I hope they interact with me in a similar manner. Right. And before I proceed, good morning to all of you, and a warm welcome to Rishihood University. I am representing the School of Entrepreneurship. And before I start, there was one question there in the Q&A, which was about why do MBA give preference to engineers? So it's, it's not about giving preference to anyone, but obviously, admissions are earned. So if we are looking at the admission process per se, there's going to be overall qualification about your written exams, your interviews and all these things. And it's seen that, for the written exam, for the CAT and all these exams, there's a lot of analytical questions and mathematical questions. And that's where engineers, they take over because they've been doing that. And that's why if you see most of the IIM graduates are also IITs and IIMs. Why? Exactly this, because they are able to score high in the entrance exam. So it's not that we have a preference, it's that they are able to score more. So even if you're not an engineer, now you know how you can, compete there and get the, scales tilted towards you. So we would love to, have most intelligent students here. So I would start by sharing my screen, and we're going to talk about the generation alpha. And I hope it's visible to all of you. Anju?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So it's about generation alpha, and it's about, just a moment, okay. So it's about generation alpha, and most of you must have your juniors, your brothers, and while talking to them, you might yourself feel that within a few years, generational shifts are happening right now. So it's not that we have to, wait for the generational shifts, in fact. And right now, like Anju said, it's, not only by studying, but when you enter the market, then also you're supposed to market to, or, do business with all these people. So how is the shift happening? We have to really focus on that because, marketing is about a number of things. So let me start by showing you. Okay, this ad, and I hope you can hear it. And if you cannot hear, please let me know.
I can hear, ma'am. If you can just play it. There's a certain lag in the audio. I think we can't hear the audio.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can just try it again and just share the sound as well.
Just give me a moment. Let me increase the volume.
No,
okay.
Ma'am, just try stopping the share screen. And when you again try to share screen, it'll ask you for a component for share sound. You can just click on that.
Okay. Stop share.
Yeah, when you again try and share the screen.
Okay, so it's
रहेगा आपके पास share sound करके भी.
Right. Okay, yeah, perfect. Got it. Yeah. Now let's try it again.
दुनिया को ना लड़कियों से बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है।
लड़की की शादी तो टाइम पे होनी चाहिए।
से नहीं, मर्जी से होनी चाहिए।
कौन सा काम रात के 12 बजे खत्म होता है?
12 बजे भी खत्म नहीं होता।
जो भी हो, एक्शन तो हीरो ही करेगा ना।
पर इस फिल्म की हीरो
There is a little bit of a video lag actually. Audio is clear, but the video lag is there. Maybe because it's on the TV.
Rise up, baby.
Okay, so I suppose you were able to make out what it is, and if not, you must have otherwise seen this ad as well. This is a South Indian actress, and she was talking about the various stereotypes there. So what do you think this is about? If you can use the chat to connect with me, that would be great. And how is this related to marketing?
Anyone can go on the chat box, guys. What do you think this ad represents? Why do you think that this is a marketing ad? How is it actually marketing for the brand?
Oops, sorry. Because what is marketing? Marketing is...
We have, ma'am, we have Ria who says women breaking stereotypes and Pepsi supporting them through their campaign.
Right.
It's also marketing because they're targeting the youth.
Right.
You break the taboo and rise up. Marketing is sales and promotion. So they are doing it through, trying to break the taboo and rise up, and likewise.
Okay,
Anyone
so
else
one
want
thing,
responses?
yes, please.
No, I think that's about it. We have also Aishwarya who says that this is a social cause sort of a marketing and advertising a product or a service through, through the message as such.
Okay, so it is because, do you not agree that you are all breaking stereotypes? Are you all not going ahead and breaking stereotypes? Yes, so where is the customer? What is the customer doing? And if I do not connect with the customer, I will be left behind because the customers will not connect with me. So even though marketing is about sales, yes, it is, but the focus is different. It is about the customers and the consumers. And that is why we need to understand the consumers per se. And when we say what is marketing, it is about understanding the needs and wants of the people and trying to match them better. So if I show you this one more ad, and I'm sure you must have seen this already.
तुम क्यों रो रहे हो?
रहा नहीं जाता।
दूल्हे को ले सिजलिंग और तूने दिया?
मेरा पूरा पैक ले लिया।
The all-new Lay's sizzling hot, too hot
Okay, so
to
what
stop.
was this about? What all was there in this ad?
We're just waiting in. Anyone, what and all did you understand from this ad? Why was this ad a marketing ad for Lay's? We're still figuring out. We're still figuring out.
We'll give them time. They're very
Yes.
smart and intelligent. I want to wait for the answers.
Clara says the marketing. Ishan says they were talking about their flavor and marketing that way.
Okay, perfect. See, some of the famous psychologists have said
Nile
that
says,
teaching. Yes.
This is nice. Nile says that these hot chips will make you cry.
Okay.
They were talking about how hot it is by drawing our attention. Ria says that they can't stop with the bite is what they're marketing. And Aishwarya says they try to convey how hot the new Lay's is by comparing it to how emotional the brother is getting at his sister's vidai. And it's just that depicting that it's too good to wait. It's too good too irresistible to wait as such.
Okay, so it's not the brother, it's the groom. He said ki dulhe ko chips tumne diye. Okay, so that's okay. So it's too good to wait. Yes, perfect. Jani, you've got it. No worries, Aishwarya. That's okay. Perfectly all right. So see, one of the principles of teaching is, and like I was sharing, that some of the famous psychologists have said that we cannot teach you anything, right? We can just draw out the learning which is there within. So that's why, this is about, connecting with what all you think and feel. And so you all have got it right. It's about the product, which is Lay's. This is Laying Hot. It's the new product that they've launched. It is about the consumers, that you cannot wait to eat it. It's so yummy and tasty, so that even if you are the groom and you're standing waiting for the bride, you can still not wait to have it afterwards. Then we are also talking about, if you see on the screen right now, you can see the price, right? So they're saying MRP is rupees 20 inclusive of all taxes, and they've given the weight as well. So when we say marketing, there are a number of things associated with marketing, right? And the first at the heart of marketing is the customer or the consumer. So we start off with the customer and the consumer because we really need to understand them. And only we will be able to talk to them, to connect with them, right? So if I don't know who you are or how you think, will I be able to influence you? It's going to be very, very difficult. So therefore, we talk about Gen Alpha because, as you all know, that there are various generational, people. So they've divided into Gen X, Y, Millennial, Z, and so on. And now we're talking about Gen Alpha. And you go probably once you graduate and you start marketing, there will be more and more generations. So the first learning is that marketing is, very quick and it's very evolving, and you always have to be on your toes. You cannot, try to use the same information or stuff that you were doing over a period of time. It's never that. So first of all, you need to be very quick and agile. And the other thing is you need to understand what the customer is and what is it that they are doing. So just look at this and let's see again what this act suggests, right?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I can't decide what I like more. I'm in love with this today. Tomorrow I may not be so sure. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I can't decide what I like more. I'm in love with this today. Tomorrow I may not be so sure. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Can someone show me the way to go? What to do? I just don't know. Oh, eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
एक्सरसाइज चाहे जो भी हो, बेहतर रिजल्ट्स के लिए साथ में लो लिप्टन ग्रीन टी। ये एक्सरसाइज के साथ आपका मेटाबॉलिज्म बढ़ाए, यानी बॉडी फैट तेजी से घटाए। लिप्टन ग्रीन टी आदत डाल लो।
Okay, so what was this about? We have something in the chat. Physical
Yes,
fitness.
physical fitness.
Yeah. Okay. And why physical fitness? Because are you all, looking at your fitness these days? Targeting the, Janya, very interesting, targeting the insecurities of women and, trying to solve it. Then weight loss, improving metabolism, solving burning problems of physical fitness, very conscious. Green tea is good for health, body shape, connecting between product and some types, feelings. Perfect. Thank you very much. To look attractive professionally. So of course, we all want to look attractive, and that's there. And so Anile, right, you were right when you say that they want to convey that drinking green tea will help you lose fat fast. And tapping into the insecurities of women with an easy solution. Yes, so it's more about, not an insecurity, I would say. It's more about the women, how they've evolved. They are now no longer, looking at only the house and the family. They are also career conscious. They're also health conscious. So that's the consumer. Who's the consumer? And when will they consume and why will they consume? So green tea, generally, we are used to our novelty, but I have to tell the people that what are the benefits of my product. And that's what exactly they are saying, like Nile said. Poking the customer through health benefit, which will increase sales and health will also be maintained and metabolism will enhance. Perfect, Kisho. So that's what we are talking about. And so they've taken you through various routines. They've taken you through right from running to swimming to yoga. Do you think these are in trend these days? Are people taking up all these? Yes. So perfect, Priya. So even if I have to connect with you, I need to understand how I talk to. Yes, after COVID, all these things, people are more focusing about their health. And that's where exactly they are, trying to pitch themselves. So here you are seeing one term, consumer, and we're not talking about the customer. Any difference between the two? Any difference between a consumer and a customer? Are people typing? Do I need to wait?
Ma'am, we have yes after COVID, I think, but that was your
Yeah,
previous.
that was
We
there.
mentioned Riya says customer who purchases the product, consumer is the person who consumes.
Perfect. Exactly. So when we are talking about the customer is the one who has the purchasing power and who will purchase. And can the consumer be the customer as well? Or vice versa, the customer can be the consumer as well, right? So that's okay. And we are looking at the consumer, because if we influence the consumer, they're going to either purchase it if they are the customer, or whoever is the person in their family who's going to make the purchase, they are going to tell them to make the purchase. So therefore, we're talking about the consumer over here, right? And okay. So that's about the consumer. And so this is another a very interesting thing that connects across with your generation. Let's have
Valentine's week can be a real drag. The cringy music, the cheesiness, and everyone always asking you,
Hey, what plans for Valentine's Day?
5-Star presents the Valentine's Day Alibi. You can now say,
I'm not in town. I'm going to my cousin's wedding.
and you won't be lying. Because we've just taken over an island and renamed it My Cousin's Wedding. We've created the perfect alibi. You'll be completely unreachable and as far away from Valentine's Day as humanly possible. Just scan a special edition 5-Star.
okay.
And you could spend Valentine's Day right here, doing the best thing possible. 8 5-Star. Do nothing.
Okay. So this, how many of you actually did this? Anyone?
I don't think anyone's there though.
Okay.
Now, at least as of now.
Okay, as of now, okay, but so I think they all got their Valentines, so that's also perfectly all right. And it was meant for those who did not have, who did not get a Valentine, so they needed an alibi. So that's okay, okay. Okay, sure. It was not hypothetical. You know what Cadbury did? They in fact went and they actually, rebranded that island as My Cousin's Wedding. And they even got, people in Mumbai going to an embassy. And then, they were trying to get, so that you could go and get a visa and everything. So they actually, went down to the last bit of it to create that perfect, environment and everything for you. And this is what they actually did. And you can read more about it. You'll find a lot of PRs were generated and people were writing about it. So that's what we are talking about right now, that how can we, what stage of life my customer is, can I, somehow connect with this stage of life. And so it was throughout, Aishwarya. It was not only in Mumbai. It was throughout, and they came out with special edition Cadbury's and 5 stars, and you just had to scan the QR code to avail that. So it was throughout, and they did it through the limited editions chocolates that they released. So it was about, the stage of life, and it is about okay, it was under terms and conditions. Okay, might be, but when I read, it was this. Okay, so perfect. It was there. And obviously, it is about the logistics as well. From where all can I, get and do it? So that's what we are saying. So we can target a local audience. We can look at the people because whatever we promise, ultimately we're supposed to deliver. So if I could deliver it within a small, localized area, I will do it over there. And that's what marketing is about. It's different from sales. It's about keeping your promises and, delivering on the promises. So that's what we talk about. Right. So that is, about understanding of the customers. And this is, something, how many of you all do?
पोस्ट मत करना हाँ
ब्राइट है कल फिर से आते
Wow, so bright. Bye, Mr. Verma.
Who's there? Who's there?
Oh, wow.
Who's there? Who's there?
No filters needed. How cool!
DG LED टेक्नोलॉजी वाली एवर रेडी लाइट्स हैं ब्राइट और लॉन्ग लास्टिंग इस लाइट से सब कुछ ब्राइट
बोला था ना पोस्ट मत करना
Okay, so Ritik says it's an emotional damage by both faculty. Actually, Ritik, emotions are something that we need to connect with, because if we are not connecting with you emotionally, then obviously you will not remember anything. And that's what all the ads always do. They are trying to connect with you at two levels, the rational and the emotional. And this is what we are talking about right now, the tastes and preferences of the people. And we, whenever, after looking at the customers, we need to understand, yes, light so bright that everybody likes it. Yes, that's what we are saying. Okay, thank you, Ritik. So that's what we are saying, that we cannot be everything to everyone, right? So who are the people that we are connecting with, and how do we become everything to these kind of people? So that's targeting, right? And that is, so after understanding the customers, why do we need to understand the customers? Because like I said, we cannot be everything to everyone. We need to understand what we are doing, obviously, and who would want this. So how do we fit into your life? And that's what, everybody did over here. And, the next thing is about taking this forward, that how do I target and who am I for? And this is a wonderful ad. And just listen to it and then tell me why this ad.
वीको वज्रदंती, शायद इसमें आपको टेस्ट का मजा नहीं मिलेगा, झाग का मजा नहीं मिलेगा. अब आप सोचेंगे तो मिलेगा क्या? असर कम प्रॉब्लम्स पर. इसकी 18 जड़ी बूटियां स्वोलन गम्स, ब्लीडिंग गम्स जैसे प्रॉब्लम्स को रखे दूर और दांतों को रखे हेल्दी. मजा नहीं, असर. अब पेस्ट है, पिक्चर का टिकट थोड़ी. वीको वज्रदंती, इंडिया का गम एक्सपर्ट. मजेदार नहीं, असरदार.
Okay, guys, so why this? So she's talking about what the toothpaste is not about and what it is about then. So why is she talking about this? Let me open the chat. Ayurveda, yes, perfect. So she's talking about the how it is perfectly natural, and it's about all these things. Yes, the natural ingredients. Thank you. Oh, yes, Ritik has nailed it. He's saying the present toothpaste market is evaluated on the basis of minty taste and crystals. But the hard truth is that the focus needs to shift from these attributes to solving gum problems. So Viko Vachitanti started on honest conversations that did not shy away from talking about what it lacks. Its attributes may not give minty taste and excess foaming, but its concentration is effective in solving gum problems. Perfect, Ritik. So that's exactly what we were trying to say. And yes, some more have written on the chat that it is direct, focusing on problems, and she's not saying about the features, she's saying about how it is beneficial for the customers. Yes, so that's exactly what it is about, that what is my toothpaste about, and what you should be expecting. So like we said, who is the target audience? If you are looking for the minty taste and all these things, then please don't take a Vico. But if you're looking at healthy gums, then this is what it is about. So that is what it should be about, right? So then moving on, so you've understood now that we need to understand the consumers so that we know whom we should be marketing to. And after the consumer preference, we do our segmentation, targeting, and positioning, that, okay, for this, so like you said, she was talking about the benefits. So if this is my target audience, so this is how I'm positioned, because I have all the benefits and it's perfectly natural and Ayurvedic and all these, 18 Jari Booty and all those things are what they're talking about. So going forward, let's now talk about what we started off with. So we said customers, consumers, then who are the people that we are marketing to? So we've got that right. And now that we've got the people right, let's look at this and then you tell me what this is about. So you all know what Hayat is about. So can you tell me what they are talking about in this? Ritik says it's about combination and perfection. And society's unreasonable expectations. Is it unreasonable? I mean, would you not want your wedding to be perfect? Is this not what you see a lot of people going online and planning their weddings on the public platform and everything, and how weddings have shifted? The big fat Indian wedding. So it's all about all the various events that happen at that time, and we've shifted Hayat, and we are saying that as a destination for your wedding, we perfected everything. So they are talking about, oh, I have some more in the chats, talking about the perfect hospitality and the management in any events very perfectly. They are saying about it is a 5-star property and they have to maintain the perfection and standards. They have perfect, showcasing their perfection and personal touch team put behind in a wedding. Yes. And that's what they are talking about. The perfect hospitality and the management defined by Peter Drucker. Very good. And okay, so am I reading it right? Manoj, you want me to talk about business analytics, data science, and artificial intelligence? Okay, okay. So how do we analyze all these things? Business analytics is about that, and AI. So I would like to take a moment because we're talking about marketing, and it's about okay. Ritik has also given me the perfect answer as always. And I'll just read the concluding part, that it's simply called empathy, something very less seen in people nowadays. And it can do magic in healing someone's wound and also creating that perfect moment for you. And we have to be compassionate and sensitive. Perfect, Ritik. So that's good. I don't know whether you're using another name for yourself, but I would have loved to meet Ritik Roshan in person. That's okay. My bad. Most welcome to come to the campus and would love to connect with you. But here we were talking about AI and business analytics. So what I'm telling you, what I'm talking to you about is a result of lots of analysis. And right now, because, do you know that India by the end of June will be the most populous country according to the UN? And we will overtake China by 25 lakh people. So when we have so much over there, okay, Ritik, thank you so much for the clarification. Okay, so when we have so much there, how do I analyze so much data? So that's what big data is about, that multiplicity of data. So we go and we analyze that. It will help us in the analysis. It's like when computers came in and we were doing everything on pen and paper, we shifted to computers, and that's exactly it. Right now we are doing everything on Excels and all these things, and big data gives you that shift. So it's very simple to understand. There's not a lot of rocket science about it. But that's okay. We have to create a hype, otherwise you will not pay attention. So that's another aspect, but that's okay. And so we're coming back to this. We were talking about AI. So AI, we are, like I said, marketing has to be very dynamic. And like Anju was sharing, that we also have to be very quick. So I'm teaching marketing communications to a batch right now. And I wanted them to design marketing advertising for a company or a brand that they could choose. And for that, I told them to use AI and ChatGPT and the Microsoft Image Creator. So obviously, the idea is yours. You're going to tell them what kind of an image you want. But the manual part of, going and doing it, and which would have taken 4 or 5 hours, you save on that. So that's how, the AI is there. You have to know how to use it. Obviously, you should not be dependent on that, because what if it's not there, or something else comes up? So it's not about dependency. It's about integrating that with your skills, so that you're more skillful and you're working more intelligently. So that's what it is about. So I hope I've answered your question there about AI and ChatGPT, and it's all there. We have to learn all these things. So coming back to the product, if I'm designing a product, how do I use data analytics and the various informations that are available out there? And today, if I have to launch a restaurant, focusing on the wedding only, and obviously I've hired to compete with, so how do I do it better? So that's all, what data analytics helps you with. So now what we were talking about is the first P of marketing, that is the product. So you need to understand that anything that you're offering to the market is the product. Anything for which they are takers, right? So for ChatGPT, they are takers. So that's also a product right now. AI, product, right? So anything that you can offer for which you will get people to make that purchase. So that's the product that we are talking about. And when we say marketing, when we say product marketing, we talk about 4 Ps. So the first is the product. Anyone who can put on the chat? I'm sure you must have studied your business studies. what the other P's are about, and the 7 P's of services and the 4 P's of the physical product. And why do we start off while you're doing that? Why do we start off with the product? Because the product is the tangible things that thing that connects you with the customer, even though in services it's intangible, but what is it that you're offering to the people? Okay, so that's the product that we are talking about. So yes, we have it from Ritik: product, price, promotion, place. And when we talk about the physical product, we talk about the 5th P, that is packaging. And but when you're talking about, let me see if someone else, place, promotion, physical evidence, people, and process. Perfect. So the next 3 are people, process, and physical evidence when we're talking about services. So that's it. Today, because I was having the paucity of time, I am going to talk about 4 P's. And I look forward to connecting with all of you to discuss the rest 3 P's of the services. So moving on to the next P is the price. And when we say price, what all do we mean? So let me just share this ad with you and what it is about.
कुछ लीजिए आप
तो बेटे कुछ बताओ अपने बारे में नेटफ्लिक्स पे क्या देखती हो
जी हम साथ साथ हैं हम आपके हैं कौन
वाह
प्रेम रतन धन पायो
क्या बात है
वी आर फैमिली
केसरी जी
3 बार जी स्ट्रेंजर थिंग्स मनी हाइस्ट और नार्कोस भी देखती हूँ
और स्क्विड गेम
ऑफ कोर्स
सबकी पसंद वाला नेटफ्लिक्स, अपनी पसंद वाला नेटफ्लिक्स। अब देखिए किसी भी डिवाइस पर सिर्फ ₹199 में। There's a Netflix for all.
Okay, guys. So what was this about? Of course, I've given it to you pricing. Anything else? Yes. Okay. Promotion, perfect. Affordability, yes, I have to make it affordable. And I should want to spend on, okay, how much money your customer wants to spend the product. Clara got it right. It's about price and affordability and variety. Okay, what else? And promotion. Perfect. So obviously all these ads are for promotion. And when you're talking through, you should make your products affordable. Perfect, Rashid. Thank you so much for that. So when, and were they not talking to your generation? Again, the customer connect, the connect with the audience, because this is what people want. You want a person who's right for the family and right for you as well. And they were also talking about, seamless watching across any device. Is your generation doing that? And did you want that? I am waiting for an answer. Are you watching Netflix and all these things on different devices? And when you are on, yes, and when you are on a different device, do you not appreciate the fact that you do not have to again go and, yes. So they are talking about the content and they are talking about that whether you're watching from your mobile phone or on TV or anywhere, you don't have to go back and do the settings again. It already saves it for you. And that's the perfect thing that, you don't have to worry about it. Easy accessibility, yes. And family content is also there. So they have all types of content for all the generations. And that's exactly what they are trying to say, that they're cutting across generations and it is there for everyone. Right. So that is about pricing. And then the next thing is about, anyone? Okay, I have Ritik saying something. The competition in the video on demand space has intensified as data tariffs have come down drastically in the country. Exactly. And that's what they are talking about, that their prices have come down. So that's how they are again trying to say that, yes, we are competitive as far as pricing is also concerned. Right. So after the product price, we shift on to the next P, that is promotion, though we've been talking about it throughout. But this is about the next.
बस पनीर देना,
पनीर नहीं, पालक भी खानी होगी।
बस 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 बस।
ये लीजिए। अच्छा, फ्राइडे को आपको मुझे स्कूल ड्रॉप करना होगा। वो पेरेंट्स टीचर मीटिंग है।
कल ना मेरा कंपटीशन चल रहा था, तो सबने पूछा कि तू कैसे जीती। मैंने बोला प्रैक्टिस ही करियो 5 हफ्तों से।
बेटा, इसको थोड़ा माइक्रोवेव करके लाना।
अभी ले।
नमकदानी।
तुम्हें परवाह नहीं है तुम्हारी बेटी की लाइफ में क्या चल रहा
है ना, उसकी लाइफ में क्या चल रहा है, उसके फोन से क्यों, उससे खुद भी तो पूछ सकते हैं, है ना। क्या हुआ?
प्रतीक परेशान कर रहा है।
प्रतीक?
मेरी क्लास में है पापा, उसको समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि मैं आप लोगों के साथ बैठ के खाना खा रही हूँ। हमारा ग्रुप असाइनमेंट है, तो उसने कुछ किया भी नहीं है, इसलिए मुझे कॉल करके परेशान कर रही है।
तुम्हारा पार्ट हो गया?
फिर क्या, मैं तो कल ही कर लिया था।
जरा सा बदलाव बनाए लाइफ बेहतर। तो जब कुछ बांटना हो या बताना हो, रिश्तों को सेहतमंद बनाना हो, तो बस खाने पे कहना।
So right in the end, they talk about the product Dhara. Family content, yes, but it's not about the girls' insecurity. In fact, it is about, they are more secure because they are wanting to discuss all these things. What else? Let me connect and read. Okay. Healthy habits, relationships and understanding. Okay, green vegetable, perfect, Jania. So that's, you nailed it. Green vegetables, family time, parent-child relationships and understanding, and proper communication, and of course, healthy habit. And it makes your mood to discuss anything. Perfect. So that's where communication has shifted. It does not want to do in your face kind of a thing. It wants to slowly build itself into your life, and it's talking about the slices of life, taking from the general things that are happening around, and it's trying to tell you that yes, we are there in your life, and this is what it is about. And Ritik will perfectly compile it for me. The newly introduced campaign is in line to the brand's communication narrative of urging consumers to bring in a badlav. Khane pe kehna is one of that. And it's about bridging the trust deficit between the parents and the children over food. So it's about communication. I would not say trust deficit. It's because, probably because our generation, when we were not so open, so as a parent, you're expecting that right now, the next generation will also not be open, but they are more confident, like we were sharing, and they will talk about it. And based on the insights that parents often believe that having access to their children's life and secrets is their right. Okay, not more of a right, but probably how we connect with the children and how we can, guide them better. So as a parent, you would always want to do that and understand where your child is, and then communicate with them in that manner. So it was about promoting Dhara and through the emotional connect, right? And I have one more, for you.
This is Shreya Sitapati. Right now, he's eating his favorite ice cream. When he's not, he's designing battery packs at Ather Energy. Batteries that can take you from 0 to 40 kilometers per hour in 3.3 seconds. Batteries that can offer consistent range. Batteries that can work in the monsoon, winter, wind, sandstorm, and yes, summers. How could we forget that one? Huh? Shreyas knows the true limits of the batteries he's designed. So he isn't making any tall claims. What he's confident of though, is that they're really safe for most Indian weather conditions. So confident that he's willing to sit on a lithium-ion battery pack which has been baking at a high temperature for the last 3 hours, eating his favorite ice cream, the summer bliss.
So what is Aether about? Anyone? Is it about batteries? Are they manufacturing batteries? Okay, so confidence and calmness of the boy. Yes. EVs, right, Rashid. So it's about the electric vehicle, and they are making those two-wheelers which they showed at the end. So if it's about electric vehicles, why this narrative about the battery and how it is performing, and why is he sitting on that and eating an ice cream? What is the issue there? Because the burning issues, right, Ishant? Yes, perfect answer. And the burning issue was that, trying to put it as a non-harmful. And the EVs right now, you might have read in the news that a lot of EVs were catching fire because the batteries were heating up. So it's telling about the product, which is EV, and the battery that's going into it, and how it's superior because it does not heat up, and through the person who's sitting on top and eating his ice cream. So just trying to show how it's the benefits of the product. So the earlier ad was about, the promotion in a emotional manner. And this is about promoting through by telling you the technicalities, because we have, when a rational decision is required, we always compare. We compare between the various products to see which is the best one, right? So this Aether is trying to focus on that only, trying to build that the rationality that their product is superior, talking about the technology, and it's about how they are trying to connect with the customers. Okay, this 1-minute commercial takes an amusing part to inform the audience of the workability and security of the battery being installed in their scooter. Yes, Ritik, you are perfectly correct. And that's what they were trying to say. So it's about the rationality there. Okay, so yes, the issue is, Ishant is right, that, when we are doing this, we are not able to, tell the customers what the product is about. And, that gets us to the Ishant, that gets us that whenever we are communicating, we always start with the objective of communication, right? So what do I want to say and why do I want to say this? So this communication objective was not to inform you about the EV or the various features of the EV, but only about the battery and the benefit of purchasing Aether, because the battery is not going to heat up. Why? Because everyone right now knows about EV. And if there is a problem there, why you're not going to purchase an EV because of the battery heating up and burning and all these things. So I need to tell you that, okay, that problem is not there. So that is the objective. So whenever we are talking about advertising or any form of promotion that we are using, we have to always start off with the objective of that particular thing, right? So that's about the promotion. And I have, okay, I will just skip this one and I will take you to, okay, you can see this.
Can you do it?
Yes, coach. Net फाड़ दूंगा.
मैं बॉडी लैंग्वेज ट्रांसलेटर. इसके तो खुद के पसीने छूटे हुए हैं. ये क्या नेट फाड़ेगा? But let me train him.
नया डिक्सी स्कॉट जिसका मैक्सी ड्राई फैब्रिक मॉइस्चर को बॉडी से रखे दूर ताकि आप रहें कंफर्टेबल और आपकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज रहे सही हमेशा.
कोच कप की जगह बना लो.
छा गया.
डिक्सी स्कॉट बॉडी लैंग्वेज जो छा जाए.
So this was more about a product and about the benefits of the product and about understanding though it does not talk about a number of other things, but it's talking about your body language and how the soft skills are important and all these things. So that is what we say, that what is it that we are trying to what is the objective of communication? We need to understand that. And yes, we are trying to say that we can enhance the effectiveness of your style if you're wearing our product. So that's attracting body impressions, Manoj, you're right. So just moving on quickly to the next one. I'm sure you must have all seen this, but it talks about something else.
Amazon Great Indian Festival starting 23rd September. रमेश के घर बड़ा वाला टीवी आया. मम्मी जी ने लेटेस्ट फैशन सबको दिलाया. चंचल ने भी नया फोन बढ़िया डील में पाया. अरे बोलो बोलो पूरे मोहल्ले को जानना है. Amazon से लिया, Amazon से लिया, Amazon. आ रहा है Amazon Great Indian Festival. बड़े ब्रांड्स पर बड़ी डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI और बैंक डिस्काउंट 23 सितंबर से लिया.
Yes, so what was this about? Okay. I have an answer. Amazon sale is started, yes. So the platform, perfect. And whenever we talk about promotion, we can promote through the various tools of promotion. We talk about advertising because that is the most visible form of communication. But obviously we can do sales promotion, personal selling, direct marketing, and public relations or publicity. So there are various things that we can do. And this was just to tell you that, apart from advertising, we do all these things. And it was about the sales promotion offer of Amazon, which they keep on doing regularly. So, okay. So that is about, and what I wanted to introduce you, what who said that? Rashid has also said, it's about the platform, right? So when you, okay. So going on to
Amazon
to the next is, the platform or the P of place.
Na paata zudu, na paata zudu, na paata zudu, naatu tila naatu.
చూస్తున్నావా ఇది?
చేసే మూడు ఉత్సాహం సర్వనాశనం అయిపోతాయి.
స్పాటిఫై ఉంటే లైఫ్ లో ఫుల్ మజా ఉన్నట్టే. స్పాటిఫై వింటూనే ఉండు.
So I don't know how many of you understood it, but it was simple to understand. Even I don't understand that language. It was about Spotify, and it was about, how wherever you are, you can listen to it. So that's the platform. It's the P of place. It's about being available where the customer is. So even while sitting with the family during the daily chores that you are doing, you can still listen to it, to the music. Yes, Manoj and Rashid, thank you very much for your responses. And they're using the current trending music also to get connected, and that's what Spotify is about. So there are so many, online music streaming platforms, but Spotify is what comes to my mind whenever we think about music. And so therefore you can just see the logo on the left, and they are assuming that because they are so popular and stuff, they don't need to talk about that more. Just connecting or telling you about the music, you will be able to understand. So that was the 4 P's that we were talking about, starting from the product to pricing to promotion and to place. Of course, I've just given you an introduction to the concepts because they are all chapters and we do it in a number of sessions. But just like this, we do it application oriented. So when we do it, we would probably ask you to design a product, to price it, and so on. So that's how it goes on to be. But I would, not be completing this, your one-day MBA and marketing there if I don't talk about the important aspect of branding, right? So the ultimate, when we talked about Spotify or Lay's or, all these things, it's about the brand. So the entire purpose of marketing is to create a brand. And why do we want to create a brand? Because we want to create a difference in the minds of the people in comparison to the competing brands. So this is about, how many of you are there? Flipkart? Just look at this.
Good day, gone.
फर्स्ट डेट और मेकअप गॉन.
Relaxes, you got this. Flipkart पे है international beauty brands और 1 hour delivery.
Top beauty and grooming brands with 1 hour delivery.
Super brand, super price, super fast. Flipkart.
So I'll just pause here for a minute, because this is not about just this one ad. It's about a series of ads. So you just need to look at all and you need to connect. How are they working for brand Flipkart? Sorry.
Good day, gone.
फर्स्ट डेट और मेकअप गॉन.
Relaxes, you got this. Flipkart पे है international beauty brands और 1 hour delivery.
Top beauty and grooming brands with 1 hour delivery.
Super brand, super price, super fast. Flipkart. चांद बज गई.
फोन गया, करोड़ों की डील गई.
Come on bro, मत रो. Flipkart पे है लेटेस्ट मोबाइल्स और 1 hour डिलीवरी भी.
Premium brands के latest mobiles with 1 hour delivery.
Super brands, super price, super fast. Flipkart. बेबी बच गया.
टीवी टूट गया.
Seriously? Just Flipkart, it's silly. Top brands और 1 day delivery भी.
TV, washing machine या fridge. Latest technology with 1 day delivery.
Super brands, super price, super fast. Flipkart.
So I have something in the chat box. Let me see. Yes, so they're talking about super fast delivery services on Flipkart. And you can have many products, different brands, affordable prices, minimal time. Perfect. Yes, Ritik has, as always, given me the perfect answer. He's saying that the new campaign is aimed to communicate Flipkart's commitment to democratizing e-commerce and premium brands, making them accessible through faster delivery, establishing itself on the go destination for consumer needs in a very fun way. And the campaign brings forward the fact that products across categories, mobiles, electronics, fashion, lifestyle, beauty, home accessories are all available conveniently and delivered to customers' doorsteps through the country. Ritik, I love you. So that's what we are, this Flipkart, through the various communications, we say it's about branding, because when you are, creating a brand, you have to, again, be consistent so that the consumers, they develop a consistent image, and then your brands become stronger and stronger. So the brand image has to be uniform, otherwise the customers will get confused. And that's exactly what you see the various other ads also of Flipkart. They're talking about this only. And if we are building a brand, why are we doing this? Number of reasons, number of benefits. There are number of sessions that we do on that. But one of the main reasons is so that we can extend them into different other product categories, right? So this is about Jaguar.
यहाँ क्या चल रहा है?
जैक्वार लग रहा है।
जैक्वार?
भाई साहब, जैक्वार लाइट्स लग रही है।
The largest bath brand in the country now also brings you the magic of light. Jaguar Bath and Lights.
You all know about Jaguar? It's about bath fittings. So here, Jaguar launched their lights, and they were not getting a lot of headway, though in 2016-17, they also had Deepika Padukone doing advertising for them, and she was the brand ambassador. But still, you know, whenever the brand name Jaguar comes, people always relate it to the bath category, the bathroom fittings and all these things. So Jaguar did a very tongue-in-cheek, you know, campaign. So that the brand equity that you have for Jaguar bathroom fittings, it is transferred to the Jaguar lights, and I am able to reach out to the customers in a similar manner. So that's exactly why we do branding, so that we can do brand extensions. And when we are doing brand extensions, it's easier because you already know the parent brand, and you have a strong image of the parent brand. So you will translate all that. Okay, so there's a car brand Jaguar that's very, very famous. Jaguar, my favorite brand as well, and Tata owns it right now, so very proud of that as well. But Jaguar, you know, they are bathroom fittings, and they're premium bathroom fittings for those uninitiated into this. So they are the brand, and they have they are among the market leaders there, and they have a very strong brand image. And that's why they used. So of course, if my brand is, you know, a strong brand, people are relating to it, then only I should use that for brand extensions. So that's exactly what Jaguar did. Though these days, you know, it's coming on TV with live people, and it's more tongue-in-cheek, wherein the person is crossing in the drawing room. You know, a lot of renovations is going on, and he asks, you know, what's going on, and they're saying we're fitting Jaguar, and then he has all these images of people in the drawing room, you know, sitting like this on a seat, or you know, bathing and stuff like that, and talking to each other. And then he says it's about Jaguar lighting. So that's. But that was available on Boot and not on YouTube, so I couldn't download that. And that's why I had to show you this, right? So they can use the real bathroom, and so yes, but they wanted to say that it's the light for your drawing room as well, because it's premium. And so that's why they use the drawing room concept, or, you know, an open place where you'd want to, you know, demonstrate the good brands that you have. So that's, my dear students and participants, was a 1-hour MBA marketing crash course for all of you, wherein we have tried to cover marketing, consumers, their behavior, segmentation, targeting and positioning, product, price, promotion, place, and branding. And it's now open for questions. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. But before, you know, we go on to that, would like to tell you all that I really enjoyed the session, how participative you were. You know, you made my life so easy. I did not have to rack my brains a lot, and you were getting it. So it was, you know, one of the excellent sessions that I've had till now. So Anju, they are all very intelligent, and congratulations to you.
I'm sure, ma'am. I think it's always, for a speaker, the energy is always from the audience. So I think they
Yes.
are wonderful people who've been engaging. Guys, if any particular questions, you had 2 sessions before we break for lunch as well. I know everyone's hungry. I know everyone's been on the screen since the last 2 hours. But if you have any questions from the first session or the second session, maybe we can take a few minutes, ask them out on the Q&A box, and then we can go ahead with the next
Or
part.
they can take my email ID from our website, and if they later also they
Sure.
have, they can connect.
Sure.
Or through you and you as well.
Sure, ma'am. I'll definitely do that. Anyway, I think contact numbers, email IDs, everything is everywhere. So that's not a problem in case if you want to write across directly. Can you please provide the first hour session recording? Okay, Ishant, I will try to do that once all of the sessions are done. For all of the students who have been part of the workshop today from morning 11 till the last session today, because I think the next 2 sessions post lunch are also extremely interesting in the sense that you'll be doing a case study analysis, and you will also get to meet someone who is currently with Oracle handling a lot of their verticals as well. And it'll be interesting to see, what you can think of in those areas as well. So do make the point that you make it after lunch as well. And by today evening or tomorrow, we will be sharing the recording. Ma'am, Rashid has a question for you. It says, difference between entrepreneurship and traditional business.
Okay, so Rashid, I don't know what the confusion is, because traditional business starts off with the entrepreneurship only, and like in the last session, Anju was discussing with all of you that we need a lot of entrepreneurs as well. So traditional business is business as usual, and entrepreneurship is also business as usual. But when we say entrepreneurs, we are saying that people who have that entrepreneurial spirit, who are able to grab the opportunities out there in the market, and they are able to be agile and quick and come out with the strategies so that they can capture all the opportunities. And that's where all the new businesses are going right now. I don't think there's any difference between the two. Even in traditional business, you need to be an entrepreneur.
I remember Ritika has a question that he still wants to understand a little bit on the Jaguar video as to what exactly the brand was trying to show through the ad as such.
Okay, so Ritik, like I shared, that the ultimate aim of marketing and communications is to build a brand, right? And Jaguar is a premium bathroom fitting brand. And so even when we are talking about existing brands, Reliance has Reliance Jio, Reliance Smart, everything is under the name of Reliance. Tatas do that, Birlas do that, right? Why do they do that? Because they have the parent branding strategy, and they're using the parent brand name so that everyone knows, oh, this is such a big brand. And obviously, you want to keep on building your brand. And so the more you do it, the more, stronger brand image there is, and you cannot be dethroned from the market. And that's what Jaguar did. So they already have a strong existing brand. And when they were coming out with the lighting division, and if I have to come out with a new brand name, I can always do that. We also have house of brands like Unilever has. There's so many soap brands under it. Lux, Dove, Lifebuoy. So they're all different strategies also over there. So I can be a house of brands, or I can also be a branded house. And that's what Jaguar was trying to do, that they have a strong established brand, and there's a brand name, and let me use this to launch my new brand. So I think there's someone in the chat who is saying they are using it to promote their product under a strong brand name. Yes. So that's exactly what they were doing through that ad.
Ritik, I think in case if you still have that query, probably post the workshop today in the evening, we can get in touch, and then we can accordingly, have a little bit of discussion on the same part as well. Ishant wants to know how to do a branding of white labeling products. How can you brand a white labeling product? That's very interesting, actually, very specific.
Right. So Ishant, any white labeling product, any product in particular that you're referring to? Give me an example. What are you talking about? Digital. Okay. So see, when everything needs a branding right now, because there are a lot of options in the market, right? So if there are so many options, I always need to say that this is how I'm different. Even if you look at, all the AIs that have come up, they've also given them different brand names, because Google wants to say, oh, this is what my product is about, right? ChatGPT wants to say that this is what my product is about. So branding is always very, very important if you can afford it, because it requires a lot of money and effort and a lot of other resources as well. So if you can afford it, branding is the way to go, whatever product category you are in. Because like I said, a lot of other benefits, you can do brand extensions, you can, do brand endorsements of a new brand with the old, and so on. And overall, the purpose is that the consumers should feel that you are an excellent brand and a strong brand. Why do I purchase any brand? Why do I purchase Apple right now? It has all the same features that another brand is offering, but it's probably the brand name that I want to showcase, right? So as a consumer, even I want to showcase my personality, so the kind of brands that I'm consuming. So I am a branding person. I have a book on branding with Oxford University Press. So of course, I would always recommend branding. But like I said, it's for the company, as a company, for you to decide, because it requires a lot of resources. If you can afford that, it's there. And plus, branding is more about consistency as well. Over a period of time, you're supposed to be consistent, because, a lot of brands have been wiped out because they were not able to deliver on the promise. Nokia was the #1 brand for so many years, but they were not able to consistently deliver on the brand promise, and so they fell from grace. And now they are still there, but they're not able to still reclaim the #1 position. So ultimately, it's about the consumers and the customers. They're very smart, they're very intelligent, and we cannot take them for granted, or we cannot take them for a ride. So through branding, this is what I'm trying to tell the customer, that this is what I am about. This is my brand personality. This is your personality. This is how we gel together. So this is why you need to consume me. Right? Any other question?
No, I think we're off with the questions right now. And what I'll advise, well, thank you so much, Kirti ma'am. Wonderful session. And it's very difficult putting everything in marketing into 1 hour. But I think we've had a good understanding of various things, the various ads and everything else as well. And I'm sure that these guys will have more questions. I'm again encouraging everyone, post the session today, post the workshops today, just take some time to reflect. We don't take enough time to reflect on what we are doing. हम सब इतनी जल्दी में रहते हैं कि सब कुछ हमको करना है, लेकिन हम ये नहीं सोचते कि हमने क्या किया है. Can we even, make that better? So take some time to reflect on all of the sessions today. Jot down what are your interest areas, what are your confusions. Are there any places that you require some help in terms of understanding how to take your MBA career as well? And then do get in touch with us. It's not often that you get help. So when you are getting help, just grab it. That's an opportunity. Take the help. In fact, a lot of things that we're doing, and I'm sure Kirti ma'am is also aware of the same, at an application level, I've always maintained this, that Rishihood is India's first and only impact university. And for me, every interaction that happens at RU, whether it is with the faculty, whether it is with my team in admissions, whether it is with placements, anyone for that matter, there has to be a certain value that a child has to take in. So a lot of students, almost all of our applicants who come into our portals, whether for the master's programs or for the undergrad programs, I make it mandatory for them to go through 5 to 6 counseling sessions. And these are sessions on how to build your portfolio, how to make your program stronger, what are the various ways in which you can prepare yourself for college, sessions on how to write a strong statement of purpose, how do you prepare yourself for an interview. There are so many counseling sessions that we're doing for students as part of your application. There's nothing extra that you pay. There's nothing overall. You are applying to Rishihood. And this is my way to ensure that you become a better applicant before you go into the interview. You become a little more better with a better perspective before you go into the application. So there are multiple ways in which you can take guidance and help. Do seek that out. It's 1:11 right now. Although I had planned for a next session at 1:30, I'm not sure if you guys are going to be done by that. So let's try and come back. You guys can be on the call or rather be on the session, don't need to leave and then come back. But we will resume the session by 1:40. What I have for you at 1:40 is we'll have Dr. Sonika take you through a couple of case studies. You can discuss with her, debate with her. How do you want to decode that case study as well? Case studies are a very, very important part of MBA education as such, right? It's a very practical driven program. Unless and until I can't understand how a company functions, what are the thought processes, I can't put myself into that space and then think of solutions, you will not be prepared for a final career after your MBA program as well. So very important session, which is lined up next. And I would want to see all of you all there at 1:40. We will resume. Post that, we do have an extremely interesting session with Mr. Anindo Roy Das. And after that, if you still have questions, if you still have something more that you want to learn, I'd be happy to have a conversation then. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you so much, Kirti ma'am, once again for taking out time. I know you are part of an innovation summit, part of so many things today. Thank you so much for taking out the time today. And I'm hopeful that these students will be in touch with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a perfect pleasure interacting with all. Thank you so much, Anju, for putting it together. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely my pleasure. Ritik, I will share Kirti ma'am's LinkedIn link on the chat box in a while. Don't worry about that. You can connect with all of us across there as well. All right, again, well, good afternoon once again, and welcome back to the second session, the second part of the one-day MBA workshop. I can see people crawling back after lunch. I hope you've had at least a little bit of decent time to go catch up on some food before we start the second session as such. For the second session today, or rather the second part of the workshop today, we thought, why not, everyone's had lunch. It is afternoon time, and I do not want you to start listening to a long monologue because then we are in the danger of sleeping off somewhere. So we thought, let's do a case study. Now, case studies are, as I mentioned earlier as well, case studies are an extremely integral part of the MBA education for anyone. So any particular college, any particular any particular institution that you go and do an MBA program with, you need to have case studies that you can work through. So what is essentially a case study? Can anyone let me know here before I introduce you to Dr. Sonika and everyone as well? Anyone who's on the call, is alive, back in action, can let me know what is a case study as such? What do you understand by a case study? Let me see if I have some answers. Not yet. I have a feeling everyone's still coming back. What do you understand by a case study? When you say that I need to work on a case study, what does it exactly entail? All right, Ritik, our friend is here. Effective research approach where aggregated different methods of data collection are used for a detailed examination of a single case. Yes, Ritik, that's exactly on point as well. You are looking at different methods of data collection. You are looking at how can you build it out. So when I take a case study is essentially a situation, or in the most plain words possible, it's a situation in an organization. It is a certain problem that an organization faces, maybe, that you all can work through together to find solutions for, right? And there are multiple case studies, so on and so forth. There are case studies where we've seen someone like, let's say, a company like Bajaj Autos, which went through a large transformation because of the globalization part, how they got affected, why did they get affected, why did that company never have a marketing department in the sense, and had a lot of losses, saw a lot of changes because of the systems that were happening around, the societal systems and the economic systems that the country was adopting, and how did they actually revive themselves. So there are various ways, there are various companies that naturally any organization does go through a certain phase where they are looking for better solutions for their products, better solutions for growing their organization as well, right? Sometimes it could be a supply chain issue. Sometimes it could be that I have a fantastic product, but not many customers for it, or whichever way. So case study is typically where MBA students across their entire journey do work through with various organizations. They check up what are these cases. They check through what is this entire situation all about, do a lot of research, collect a lot of data, fine-tune solutions from different areas put together, and then figure out a solution for it. So we thought, let's do a small case study analysis, put together your ideas and your thought processes. A lot of you all have been with us since morning and you've been engaging with us wonderfully well. I'd really like to appreciate each and everyone who's on this particular session today, who has actively participated in the entire session and made our lives very, very easy and much more enjoyable as such. So case studies as such. So what we'll do is we'll probably look at a case study today and find through what are the sort of solutions that we can figure out. All of your MBA aspirants, all of you all will start with your MBA journey sometime soon, maybe this year, maybe next year, whatever that you're looking at. A certain sense of understanding of this methodology will also help you talk about this when you go for your interviews, when you go for your group discussions, your personal interviews, your WATs. There are so many sections of selection, right? So for example, the CMAT exam is done and you all are probably waiting for the results. So once the results come in and once you start applying to various colleges, their selection processes are different. For Rishihood, the selection process includes an SOP, it includes an aptitude test. If you're giving the CMAT, then that is good. Or you have a detailed interview with one of the panel members. How do you talk to them? How do you interact with them? How do you, how do you share your vision for yourself with the panel is something that we look at. So in these areas, when you talk about the fact that, yes, I have experienced how a case study is done. I know what a case study looks like. That showcases preparedness on your part when we at the admissions office in various universities started to evaluate you. So I think this will be a good experience for you guys as well. And to take this session, I have with me Dr. Sonika Chaudhary. Dr. Sonika holds a PhD in finance. She's been working in the academic world for quite some time. Her expertise lies in crafting the future of finance through research, analytics, and insights as such. She's currently developing very innovative solutions to problems related to finance. Her work has been published in a lot of journals, and she's presented at a lot of international conferences as well. So I think she is someone who's very passionate about advancing, bringing advancements to the society through her expertise, through her areas, and so on and so forth as well. And Sonika is going to be, Sonika, I think your video is not on, in case if you can switch on your video as well. Sonika is going to be taking you through a case study on a company that has been making news often of late. A lot of times we've in the past 2, 3, 4 weeks, we've been listening to various news items on this company, and this is the Adani Enterprises. So we're going to be looking at a case study on the Adani Enterprises and the Hindenburg report, what it was all about, how did things come to place, and then sort of look through how to take up. So Sonika, all yours. You have time for about, say, maybe another 45 minutes. You can take through them. The guys on the call are extremely interactive. So in case if you want to ask them questions and you want them to respond, they will do it on the chat box, and you can look through with that as well, and they can write down there. And post that, I will then, once you're done, I will then take them to their last session with the industry expert today as well. Yes, thank you so much. And please, over to you as well.
Thank you so much, Anju ma'am, for such a warm welcome. Okay, good afternoon, everyone present here. I'm Dr. Sonika Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Department of School of Entrepreneurship, Rishihood University. So let's start with our case study. Please let me ensure my screen is visible to all of you.
Sonika, just hold on. I think you may not have access. Let me give you the access. Radiman, can you make her the co-host? Thank you. Yeah, I think you should have the access now.
Is it visible now, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes. You can put it on the slideshow, and I think we should be able to see it.
Is it okay?
We can see the screen, but we can see your entire window. So आप उसको एक बार slideshow में डाल दीजिएगा, so it will become like the entire screen, है ना?
Now is it?
I don't think yet. Not yet, not yet. We can continue with it, and I think we'll see. एक बार just try seeing if you can stop and then do it. आपके नीचे slideshow का button है, देखिए.
Yeah, ma'am.
Then is given, but I
now
don't.
This is in slide mode.
Yeah, I'm just
slideshow
checking.
mode is on.
I'm just checking because it's not yet showing on the slideshow side. I think we should go ahead. It may take some time, and then we can zoom in and start it off.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you might have heard Adani Enterprise Limited. Basically, Adani Enterprise Limited is a public listed company registered in India with under SEBI Act 1992. So what happened? Just few days back, a news came with a Hindenburg research report. Basically, what is Hindenburg research report? We will discuss it later on. And let me start with the brief introduction of Adani Enterprise Limited. So this is the brief introduction you can see here. So Adani Enterprise Limited, just as I told you, this is a public listed company founded in 1988 and its headquarters is in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Company has 7 listed major subsidiary. Apart from these 7 listed major subsidiary, company are dealing with the related party also. Around 182 related parties also there. They are currently dealing with. So we will talk about only these major 7 subsidiary. So you can see over here, these are the major 7 subsidiary under Adani group of companies. As you can see, Adani Port and Special Economic Zone, their business segments. The business segment define the categories under which they are currently dealing with. Year of establishment. Now you can see the Adani Enterprise Limited founded in 1988, and this company started their business just as a commercial trader. And over the year, they expand their business in many diversified business segments as well. After that, they start their business in port operations, logistics, power, utility sector as well, natural gas as well. So one of the most recent founded enterprise limited within the Adani group is Adani Energy Green Energy Limited, which founded in 2015. So these are the basic business segments of Adani group of company. They are dealing in transport, logistics, energy, direct to customers, and metals and minerals. And we can diversify these business segments under 5 parts. So one becomes energy and utility, transport and logistics, consumer and businesses, natural resources, and metal and manufacturing. Again, we can bifurcate in different subparts as well. So these are the subparts of their business segments. Energy and utility business, it is composition of new industries, data centers, and water. These are the projects they are currently dealing. Transport and logistic business, it includes airport and road business. Consumer business, which includes food, FMCG products, and digital marketing as well. Natural resources business, which includes services business and commercial mining. And metals and manufacturing business, defense, petrochemicals, and copper businesses. Now you can see as I said, this is a profitable company since from their incorporation and establishment year. So you can see these are the basic 7 industry we are talking with. APL stand for Adani Power Limited, APSG, Power and SEG, Special Economic Zone.
Sonika, can I just bargain? Because there's a lot of content here and your slide is not going on to the presentation part. Can you zoom in your screen a little bit so that they can see the slide better?
Now is it okay, ma'am?
A little more. Yeah, I think this is fine.
So you can see the profit. So you can see the revenue and profitability part. These basically includes the last 2 years pertaining to 2021 to 2022 data you are currently seeing. So this black and shadow colors belongs to 2021 year data, and the other color part is showing 2022 data. From the figures, you can understand their profitability and revenue part is increasing from the 2021 to 2022. So these are the figures related to PAT as well. PAT stands for profit after tax. So these 2 figures shows the revenue and profitability is increasing time to time, not related to only these 2 years. We can say from since incorporation when they start their business, they are continually in profitable mode. So these are the just figures, and these are the share price of 2021 to 2022 because their annual report has not been published yet. So we have their data pertaining to 2022 still. So these are the share price of these 7 subsidiaries. We can see Adani Total Gas Limited last share price was 1961, and after in 2022 their share price increased to 2105, 2150, and so on. So basically, this is a profitable company, but after a news came published by Hindenburg Research Report. So what is Hindenburg Research Report and what is actually Hindenburg Research? They are just basically a short seller company. So what do you mean by short seller company? You can see short seller are those organizations which buys the shares of a particular company when a company is not performing well, or we can say when their share price are going declining at that time, they purchase their share at that particular time and then sell out after a short span of time. So the difference between the selling and the purchasing price, that is the become profit part for them. So the main objective of short selling or the short selling organizations, they do all these activities just to generate profit. So one of them short seller is, as I told you, Hindenburg Research. So Hindenburg Research, this is the US based research organization founded by Anderson in 2007, 2017. So this is not the one of the case they targeted, not only they target only Adani Enterprise. And before that, they also targeted some of the well profitable and reputed organizations as well. As you can see over the screen, Nikola, Clover, and Lordstone Motors. These all the reputed organizations, they attacked and they put all the allegations same as they do with Adani Enterprise. So these are the basic reasons. This is the news published by Hindenburg Research on 24 January 2000 this year, 2023. So what was the title? Adani Group, how the company third richest man is pulling the largest phone in the corporate history. This was the news published in a major newspaper, and this was the major, I captured and I collect this news from the Hindenburg Research website as well. You can collect and you can see all the allegations they put on the company, on Adani Group and companies. So all the details you can find there. So basically they have put 85 allegations, around 85 allegations on the Adani Group and companies. So these are the basic 85 allegations you can see over the screen. So I will not be telling each of one. So you can see over there the basic reason behind of all these allegations, or if I have to characterize, or if I have to put all these allegations in one basket, I will suggest they are targeting just to decline their reputations and rumors and false allegations they have remarked on the Adani Enterprise Limited. So what they have done, so basically what the short selling do. So short selling they do actually to target the company, they borrow the shares and sell them, hoping to buy them at a lower price, and that price at they buy and when they sell, this is the main difference they get. This is the profit part. That's the main motive behind the short selling. So Hindenburg Research is a research organization that is specialized in this short selling and publish report that accuses company of wrongdoing. So some of the allegations they also put on the Adani Enterprise Limited of irregularity, fraudulent activities as well. So these we can see there are 85 allegations they have alleged on the Adani Enterprise Limited. These all the allegations. And in response to these, Adani also published a report with the name itself Adani Report, Adani's response list. So what they have done in this report, they published around 200 pages report in which they said out of 88 allegations, 65 allegations which the Hindenburg report they have put on Adani Enterprise, they were false, and they are just all these 65 allegations they have already been met in financial statement. So you can show under the financial statement. If in case you do not find any of these allegations, then you can say, okay, we are not providing all the relevant information to the investors. But as far as 65 allegations are concerned, they had already been met out by the Adani group of companies. And the rest about 23 allegations. So within these 23 allegations, 18 allegations were related with the public shareholding and the third party. Like I said, there are related parties as well. And the Adani group of companies are dealing with around 182 related parties are there. So these 18 allegations are related with these related parties as well as the public shareholding part. And the rest 5 baseless, they suggested the last 5 allegations were baseless and based on just rumor to decline their performance or decline the reputation of a reputed company. So these are the baseless allegations they have marked. So this was the response given by the Adani response sheet. And also you can find all these responses as well on the Adani website as well. So these are the response. And what was the effect, overall effect of this report? So as I said, this Adani group of company was one of the richest before one of the top 10 they placed in top 10 richest of the world. And after this report came, Gautam Adani slips from richest to 30th position. So this was the major effect you can see just because of the one report. You can see कि उनकी performance कितनी down जा सकती है within a just span of 10 days. So these all reports are, now you can see the market value loss. As far as all these 7 subsidiaries are concerned, over the screen you can see Adani Enterprise Company suffer a loss of around 30 billion and 0.630 around $30 billion loss. And accordingly, on cumulative basis, we can say Adani group of company has suffered 119.38 billion loss just within a span of 10 days. You can see the data is collected from 24 January up to Feb 2nd. So this is the data pertaining to 10 days only. So this is the major effect. You can see how a company report just by making the allegation on a company, you can divide their profit into losses. So huge losses they are suffering currently. They are suffering losses just because of their allegations. Most of the allegations has been proven, but rest of the allegation there is a lot of work to do. So these are the share price effect you can see. Again, the price are, I have collected the share price changes starting from January 24th. January 24th is the actual date when they published the report with pertaining to the allegations, all the allegations on the behalf from the Hindenburg research report. So this is the data pertaining to 10 days only. So you can say the share price declined around 58 to 30% decline in the share price of Adani group of companies. So all of the 7 major subsidiaries are suffering currently, they are suffering losses just because of these allegations. So what actually our regulators do? So after this news came, so what actually our SEBI stands for Security Exchange Board of India. So every company registered in India, they have to adhere to these guidelines prescribed by the SEBI from time to time. In case of some additions, in case of some manipulation, in case any company has some indulged in some kind of fraudulent activities, they have to be penalized within a short span of time. So these Hindenburg research report has criticized on the basis of they has alleged 88 allegations, but out of these 88 allegations, 65 has already been met out by the Adani group of company. These all the 65 information you can get in their financial statements. So there is no point to put all these 65 allegations. They are just baseless. So what they actually SEBI do? So SEBI is inquiring all these allegations, and they has to see whether they are mapping out all the regularities, all the regulations, all the rules and formalities which they has to be adhered to. So whether or no. So these 4 acts you can see over here on the screens. SEBI are looking into these matters. SEBI prohibition of fraudulent and unfair trade practices. Securities to Market Regulation Act 2003, SEBI prohibition of insider trading. Regulation Act 2015, SEBI Foreign Portfolio Investment Regulation Act 2019, and offshore derivative instrument selling notes. So all these regulations have to be inquired. So all these transactions, since from their incorporation, we have to inquire whether there is any transaction which is not as per our regulations, or in case there is some mishappening or non-disclosure of relevant information. So SEBI is inquiring into these matters, and These are the other regulations, other inquiries SEBI is also doing apart from these. So they have to check whether there is any violation of Rule 19 of Security Contract Act, Rules 1957. So what is Rules 19A? So it stands for the in case they have some kind of wrongdoing or some kind of non-disclosure of financial statements. So this rule pertaining to that part only. Second, they have to inquire whether there has been a failure to disclose transaction with related parties. As I told you, there are 182 related parties with respect to Adani group of companies. How they are currently dealing with these related parties in case of their mishappening, in case of one of the allegations out of these 85 allegations, one of the allegation was that they put a remark, they said Adani group of company has not prepared their financial statement properly. Apart from this, they also said they are not doing their audit work properly. They had appointed a audit firm. Adani has appointed a audit firm which has no headquarters, no head offices. They have their own internal employees who are doing all the internal work, who are doing all the audit works. So with respect to their identity, we do not find any of these audit firms there. So this was the major allegations which relies on the Rani group of company. There was no such kind of audit firm we found there. So these are some of the allegations we need more inquiry, and SEBI is also doing on the same path. Now, last thing, whether there is any manipulation of stock pricing, contravention of existing laws. So accordingly, as I said, there are 85 allegations which are put on the Adani group of companies. So one of the allegations was stock prices manipulation. So what they have actually done, they are dealing with most of the companies with the rest of the world. So they didn't show all the transaction within their financial statement, not even on the same price. Suppose they are doing like purchase and selling activities, but when they purchase and why they purchase and how they are purchasing, they are not showing on the same price. Suppose I purchased a goods rupees 1,000 on rupees 1,000. So they are overpricing their statements, overpricing their products, whatever they have purchased from rest of the countries. So overpricing is also one of the allegations which was marked on the Adani group of companies. So all these allegations they have to be yet to be proven. तो अभी तक उनके काम नहीं हुआ है. We need to be work on. So SEBI require 2 more time. Actually, they have to submit a status report within 2 months. But again, as I told you, there are so many allegations. So SEBI has requested for 6 more months to need a detailed and deeply inquire for all these allegations. So yet on 2nd May of this month, they have to submit SEBI has to submit their status report. But to prove all these allegations, they requested 6 more months we require. So these are the Hindenburg report, as I told you. So what our actually Supreme Court do? So they are continuously directing the SEBI to do a more inquiry, to do more ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वो inquiry करें, so that a reputed company जो उनकी जो position down हुई है, उनके जो allegations लगे हैं, वो next time किसी और company के साथ ना हो. We need to ensure that accordingly. So what actually happened is in the previous slide I showed you, there was a sudden decline in the share price of all the 7 subsidiaries with pertaining to current share price. So currently you are seeing the current share price, and these data collected today. I collect these data today pertaining to the 6th May 2023. So this belongs to the Adani Enterprise Limited. As you can see, I have marked January 24th. So you can see on January 24th itself, when the news came, so you can see the sudden decline in the share price of Adani Enterprise Limited from around on January 24th, the share price was 3,442.75. And you can see within a short span of within 2 days, you can see a steep decline in their share price as well. And still on 6th May, they are not able to capture the same customer base. They are not able to recover the same share price. So again, आप देख रहे हैं कि इनका share price is still around 2000 and 1500 and something in between that. Again, the share price of Adani Port and Special Economic Zone. So you can see again on 24th January, their share price was around 760. And within a short span of 2 days, we are seeing a sudden decline in their share prices and not able to recover. Still yet they are suffering losses just because of that Hindenburg report. So this is the share price decline effect on their Adani group of company. Again with Adani Power Limited, share price was 274.8 on 24th January. This is the actual date when the news published by the Hindenburg research report. Again, steep decline within 2 and 3 days के बाद just उनका suddenly price decline हुआ था and still on the same आज की date पे भी वो अपनी profits को cover नहीं कर पा रहे. Same with the Adani Enterprise Limited and again Adani Green Energy Limited. You can see steep declining. Adani Total Gas Limited and all this. So what I have concluded from this report, the report has significant impact on Adani fortune, with Gautam Adani's net profit falling from richest third person to the 30th position within a short span of 10 days only. So however, the company's share price has started to recover these publications, and Security and Exchange of India has already been inquiring this matter. So I will conclude, Adani Enterprises is a prominent player in the Indian business landscape with a diversified portfolio of business. The recent controversy surrounding the Hindenburg report has put the company's reputation and share price under declining or under settling. It remains to be seen how the situation will play out, but it is clear that Adani Enterprise Limited will need to navigate this challenging period carefully. So this can happen to any of the reputed company just by because of these short selling institutions. They continuously they target a well-reputed organization or richest person of the world. Say like Nicola, as I told you earlier. So they target these richest person and accordingly they put misleading or rumors like that kind of information they published on their website, and on that behalf they declare their profitability or their reputation as well. So more to do. SEBI is inquiring in this matter. As I told you, they require more 6 months for the deeply and intense inquiry in these allegations they have made by the Hindenburg report. Still we have to see what will happen. So this is the overall case study I have. The data has been collected from Hindenburg research report as well. You can also collect these data. This is available free of cost. So I think this is clear to all of you.
Sarika, I think that was very exhaustive as well overall with respect to how Adani is done. I would request the students, in case if you have any questions, you can put that down on the chat box or the Q&A, and I can take you to Sonika. Meanwhile, Sonika, I think at a much more base level, I wanted to know from you as well that, what is the thought process? So when you guys teach in the MBA program, you're a finance professor yourself. When you give them something like an Adani case study, I'm sure their brains are still working in. What are the things that you expect from the child with respect to that you expect from the student in terms of being able to think about? So, ye case study Adani ka, to if a student has to approach, what are the various areas that he has to start thinking about?
So basically, case study starts with a problem first. Whenever we write a case study, it should have an objective. It should have a problem behind the curtain. What is the problem? You need to diagnose that first. So overall, what could be a problem? It all depends upon your research objective. So whenever we write a case study, first of all, like a research, we need to diagnose first what is you are going to prove. So what should be your objective first? Accordingly, you have to collect your data, and accordingly, you have to prove on the basis of collection of all of these data, I have proved this and so on. So first make sure what is your problem, gather all the related data accordingly, and after that you have to prove according to your objective कि हमने उसको objective achieve किया, whether we are able to achieve our objective or not. So this is the basic methodology we generally refer to the students. So it all starts from the research objective. What kind of problem a company is facing? So I think this is
Okay. And then as a follow-up as well, so is there, how are they evaluated? What is their evaluation process? Because in a case study, I'm sure कि if my group is there, मेरे group का thought process और वो जो problem है, मैं कुछ और देखने वाली हूँ. Some other group may take it something else. So what is the evaluation process? Do you guys have like a, this is the right answer, this is the wrong answer sort of a thing? Or is it basis on what they submit?
So again, as I told you, evaluation all like my analysis after collection of the data. See, first step is to collect the data based on your objective. So what are the objectives? Accordingly, you have to collect the data. And after that, analysis start. Analysis part comes after the data collection. So it all depends what is your objective. Accordingly, you have to decide कि मुझे ये चीज collect करनी है and I have to prove this and this. So evaluation also starts there कि हमें ये चीज prove करनी है और उस base पर हमें evaluate करना है. So evaluation is also comes under the analysis part. So analysis also starts after the collection of the data. So means what I am trying to say कि जो भी हम चीज collect करते हैं basically first उसका objective क्या है. Suppose the same students have collected the same kind of data, but what they are going to do? What are their objectives? Maybe it is possible they have both different objectives. So they will be working on the two different sides. One may be on the positive side, one may be targeting the favorable impact of this report, and some of the students might have targeting the negative impact of this report. See, it all depends upon the objective part. कि आप किस चीज को prove करना चाहते हैं. So it goes on, and then accordingly you have to collect data, and this also comes under the evaluation part.
Okay, all right, fine. I think that's fair enough as well. And another question that I would want you to rather think of and let me know is what are the sort of, are there any courses? Are there any basic preparation material that a student can start off now? He's going to join the batch only in August or September, whenever the batch start. But is there some preparation material that you would expect an MBA student to start preparing now so that when they come to class, when they join us, at that point of time, they're better prepared to handle case studies and so on and so forth?
Yeah. So I will suggest, because case studies requires a lot of basic knowledge, how do we research? So research methodologies, I think, would be the basic foundation step they should be familiar with. So what is the research objective? What do you mean by analysis part? How do we collect data? Either, as I told you, there are two types of data, primary and secondary data. For this case study analysis, I have collected all the secondary data. Nothing was primary data. So this is already available on the website, on Hindenburg website as well, and the BSc as well. So you collect there. So this all comes from the type of the data. So I am saying they should have some kind of base. So in order to prepare their base, I would recommend to go with the research methodology part. I know they are not familiar with this research kind of thing.
Yes.
Study in our MBA program. As I am from commerce background and so finance background, so I will suggest who are going to do specialization in finance. So be prepared with your accounting part, financial statements, profit and loss statements. So it would be a basic requirement for these case type of case studies.
All right. I think that also forms the base for a lot of students when they ask us, कि आप interview में क्या पूछेंगे, admissions interview में. I think there also is the same thing. If you're coming into a program, some basic knowledge about that area will sort of help you. All right. I don't know, guys, in case if you have any questions like earlier as well, please feel free to write in the chat box or the Q&A. Or if you think, oh my God, this is what a case study is, मैं कैसे करूँगा या कैसे करूँगी, I think I'll request, Sonika, is it possible for you to share the deck with me so I can share it with these guys later?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Okay. So I will also, at the end of our presentations today, our workshops today, I will share the deck with all of you all with respect to what and all you've studied today. You can probably have a better understanding of everything, and then we can look at how to decode that case study. Sonika, I have a question from Rashid here who says, how do you master a case study? How can you master the case study approach? Apart from the fact that you need to know research methodologies and everything else as such.
So, see, how do you master case studying is how you will be proficient in case study. So it requires a lot of work. So first of all, you need to create your base first. So as I told you, it requires all the basic knowledge of research methodology. What is your research? How to collect data? Different type of data are available here. So what type of data should be there? Which techniques you can apply to collect the data? Apart from not only the secondary data, there are certain other tools also. So you can apply these tools on your collected data. On the basis of collection, you can, after that, you can analyze, and evaluation is the other part. So first of all, data collection, it also requires certain kind of knowledge. So all of these, how to master case study, first you need to analyze the basic methodology, the outlines. So how do you prepare? There are some basic steps. First, you need to introduction of the company. Suppose अगर मैंने case study लिखी है किसी company पे, so what would be the case study introduction? So again, introduction comes could be in the negative part and as well as in favorable part also. So it all depends upon the basic research methodology, subject knowledge. So I will suggest कि वो होनी चाहिए, and after that you can master.
Okay. All right. I think Rashid, you've got your answer as well. Thank you so much, Sonika. I will wait for the deck whenever you send it across to me. So that deck, I send it to them, and then we can probably have a detailed discussion someday on, how could they, in an interactive mode as well, how could they actually crack a certain case study as well. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure everyone has learned a lot from here as well. Moving on, I am now on to my last session for the day. I'm in my last session for the workshop, and I think this was like saving the best for the last. We've always thought about, one of the outcomes that every MBA aspirant looks at is, where do I go? What are the placements? What is the company that I'm going to work with? Can I get the platform to make it big in an organization? I think that is one of the questions that is forever there on every MBA aspirant's mind. And no matter how long I've worked in this industry and how long I've been trying to tell students that you cannot focus on only one outcome, which is the outcome of placements. You need to focus at a larger aspect that you learn from the program. But I still think it's only sensible that people want to make a good career out of it. And MBA is a career-driven program. And so I thought, why not we get a perspective from the industry as well on how a certain role can be done, what sort of, I won't say factors, maybe you guys can grasp from the talk on what are the sort of aspects that people may look at, that companies may look at when you start applying to them for final placements. And for this, I'm very, very happy today to be hosting one of my closest friends, Mr. Anindo Roy Das, for the session. It's interesting how we've come together after 20 years to do a session. And Anindo has been within the industry for a long time. He started with the GlaxoSmithKline consumer healthcare company. He went on to work as a senior consultant with Deloitte. For a long time, he was also handling Tata projects as a national sales manager for smart cities. He was until recently with SAP as their global industry expert, and currently he is an account manager for SaaS applications with Oracle. So I think a long drawn corporate career. Interestingly, Anindo also started off in education, and I really miss him in education as such. He did start off with a very brief stint where he would talk to students, he would talk to them about various aspects as well. So I think, Roy, I'm not going to take a long time. We have a decently good bunch of students who are excited to start their MBA careers sometime. You've done your MBA, you've done the entire whole jig, right? From, how to prepare for the MBA program, how to get students to prepare, and also, going through the entire corporate cycle as such. So I'm going to give it to you. And yeah, the chat box is as usual. Like I mentioned to all of you, all the boxes open, your question boxes are open. Please do take the opportunity and make the best out of this. Thank you so much. Roy, all yours.
Thank you, Anju. And so I see there are some 18 participants. So thank you so much. I think these are the really interested guys, Believe me, if I was a student, I would not have stayed for the last session. But it's an honor that people have stayed back till the last session. I'll try to share as much as I can. Yes, my name is Anindo. So I've also done my MBA, but I've not done it from a super fancy business school. But I started with a super fancy company, which was Deloitte. I did around 4.5 years in consulting there, primarily into tech consulting, did a lot of things actually, cybersecurity, tech, financial, mergers and acquisitions and all of that. From there, I moved to the house of Tatas. I started my sales career with Tata. I moved to Bombay for that, then came back to Gurgaon for a stint with SAP and currently with Oracle. Now, whatever I say is my perspective. It doesn't represent any of the companies that I've worked with or am currently working with. So it is just my personal views. Sales is very interesting. So I'm going to only be talking about tech sales because that is what I know. I don't know how other sales happen. So, and just to clarify, marketing and sales are very different, I think there's this glamour around marketing when you're in your MBA. Believe me, it's not that glamorous, all are very equal. So as an employee, you will hate HR the most because those are the people who will negotiate your salary and, will give you your hikes and everything. But HR is as powerful as marketing, as sales. In my opinion, if you ask my personal opinion, the supreme is finance, because today everything is governed by cash flow. If paisa hai, tabhi kaam hoga. It's as simple. If you have money, you'll go out, purchase stuff, buy a car, buy your fancy, whatever, mobile phones. If you don't have money, you can't do it. If you're a smart guy, you are able to manage your cash flow. You may buy things on EMI. But if you don't have cash flow at all, you can't do anything. You might as well come to Zoom and listen to me. So that's how important cash has become. So in my opinion, finance is very important. But in the world of MBA, everything is equally important. And as I think I joined the session early in the morning when Anju was taking the introduction, and she was saying that MBA is much like marriage. Do it late, but don't do it wrong. And I would say, do it late, don't do it wrong. And if you don't have to do it, don't do it at all. All right. So guys, just you should use your own mind and thoughts and not be really a herd mentality. So what happens in FMCG, which is the most glamorous part of sales, in my opinion. So when you enter MBA colleges, you would like to work for the best of the brands like HUL, P&G, Gillette, all of these brands. So they are more how you push from the factory to the distributor, to the dealer, to the retailer, and the retailer then pushes it to the end consumer. So when you buy a soap from Big Bazaar, it is really Big Bazaar pushing you the soap. It's not HUL push. They have done the branding part. That's what Anju was, I think, also mentioning, that marketing becomes very important. But in tech sales, it is more about enterprise sales. So you would not, so let's see what are the big tech companies, the big tech companies would be SAP, Oracle, Salesforce, Workday, Cisco, Microsoft, LinkedIn. All these are big tech companies. But maybe with an exception of LinkedIn, where they try to sell you that premium platform, none of these companies directly sell to you. So you would not, you won't have a sales rep from Cisco coming and selling it to you, or SAP coming and selling it to you, or something like that. So essentially, a salesman is a guy who is given a particular region. So you could be an industry focused guy. So I could be focusing only on banking companies. I could be only focusing on automobile companies. I could only be focusing on public sector, like the government departments and everything. I could only be focusing on, let's say, professional services company like the TCS and everything. And I'll be given a certain set of accounts. And my job will be to only and only sell my product in those particular set of accounts. Now, it is very funny, if I ask, and I would really like it to be interactive between these 19 participants and me. I'm opening my chat, the chat window also parallelly. So if I'm to ask you that what would be a position that you think you'll be reaching in 5 years if you were to take a career in sales, just throw in those responses on the chat. I would really like to see what really happens, and then I'll tell you what the truth is. So whatever comes to your mind, you may think of VP sales, you may think of head of global sales, you may think of, sales support, pre-sales, I don't know what. So do let some responses keep coming on the chat. So in tech, what happens? You're essentially selling it to the enterprise. You have a designated region. You have a focus area. So let's say if I talk about my current role, I'm only selling to the big banks in India. So I sell my company's products to the big banks of India. And in sales, it's very simple. Not raising my expectations too much for the next 5 years. That's fine. You can just take a call. So what happens in sales is you have a fixed salary. That fixed salary is something that you get month on month. And then there is this bonus. That bonus comes to you generally quarterly, not yearly. Other jobs, generally bonuses come yearly, but in sales job, they come quarterly. And there's no ceiling to the bonus. You can be actually earning as much as 1 crore rupees in bonus in your first year of job, if you do really well, if you're lucky, if you get those kind of accounts and everything. So the only and only benchmark for a sales guy is how much sales have you done. So you get a number. You could be, you could be doing a number of 100 million, 200 million, 1 million, 300K, 200K, whatever your number is. Everyone across that sales organization is called a rep. So you could be an account director, you could be an account manager, you could be a senior account manager, you could be a junior account manager. But essentially, in the classic sales hierarchy, everyone is a rep. And the rep rolls up to something called as a FLM. So FLM is a frontline sales manager. Now, from the FLM, the fancy stuff kicks in. So from a rep, you become a frontline manager. And from the frontline manager, you may become a senior director, you may become a VP, you may become an MD, you may become the global MD, you may become the regional head or something like that. But believe me, the coolest part about sales is, and in India, I see it a bit less, but when I've interacted with people in Germany and in a little bit of more matured markets, people are actually retiring as reps. And that is not because they did not have the ability to become an MD or a FLM or a VP sales. That is because they were happy being where they are because the amount of money they are able to earn. And if you do the maths with me, if you have a great account, let's say, and I'm taking a live example of one of the companies that I work for. This gentleman, he was a German guy based in US, and the account he had was ExxonMobil. I don't know how many of you have heard about that company, but it's a big company. And he used to do as in 200% of his numbers year over year. So the amount of money that he used to earn was practically more than the MD of that market unit used to earn. So he was very happy. And he told me that he used to call me Roy again. He said, Roy, I really do not want to become an MD because I'm very happy where I am. Now, let us see what tech is all about. So initially, when the world of tech was evolving, when these companies were coming up, I'm sure you have seen those movies where we talk about Microsoft, IBM, and how Apple was there and how there was a war between Microsoft and Apple, and all those movies are there, the documentaries are there. But what happened erstwhile, there were 4 layers to it. The first layer was an OS, an operating system. Most of you would be using mobile phones. So the operating system is either an Android or an Apple, iOS. So initially, the OS market was completely dominated by Microsoft, just one company. Now, within the OS, what do? You need apps, just like you have apps today, Ola app, Amazon apps, and everything. So at an enterprise level, as a big company level, you need apps, you need finance apps, you need HR apps, you need sales and marketing apps. So that app space was completely dominated by a company called SAP. And then apps is fine, OS is fine, but these apps need to fetch in data from somewhere. So if you're, let's say, finance app and you want to see how much profit has been happening or how much sales you have done, you need to have a very strong database that supports this app. So that database was completely dominated by Oracle. So if I may give you a quick recap, apps is SAP, OS is Microsoft, and database is Oracle. And this is how till now the world is governed. The evolution that has happened is today, Microsoft also has apps. They already have OS and they also have database. SAP also has database. SAP has apps and they, don't need an OS. And Oracle also has database. Oracle also has apps, and Oracle, you can work from Oracle from anywhere. Now, the next level of technology evolution that is happening is everyone is saying that we are going to move to the cloud. So what are the concepts of cloud? Very quickly, there is something called as IaaS, which is infrastructure as a service. Then there's something called as SaaS, which is software as a service. There's something called as PaaS, which is platform as a service. And when you put everything together, becomes everything as a service, XaaS. So this is where the world of tech is moving. Now, I was doing an interesting search the other day. I was making customer presentation and I tried to figure out what is happening. So the latest data says that in a minute in the internet, there are some 500 hours of content that is uploaded on YouTube. There are some 197 million emails sent across the world. 5,000, TikTok reel, those downloads. 69 million WhatsApp messages or Facebook messages. For you people, interestingly, 9,000 some connections are made on LinkedIn, some 600K people or 700K people share their stories on Instagram, and there are some 2 million people who swipe on Tinder or something like that. So that is how tech frenzy the world has become. Take anything today, you need a tech. So if you want to push in a survey through a barcode, that is being supported by tech. If you want to create some kind of in 10 minutes delivery like Blinkit is doing, tech becomes your background. If you want to book apps, if you want to book taxis like Ola, Uber, tech becomes your background. If you want to order groceries, tech becomes your background. If you want to book damn shows, movie shows, concerts, again, book my show, tech becomes your background. That is how important tech is becoming. So there is a core industry problem, as in the core industry solution. So for booking a cab, you would need a solution that fetches your booking and matches it to the closest rider available. For Blinkit kind of an app, you would need to the core business to take your order and pass it to the store and pass the correct information to the store and then allocate a rider. For Zomato, I'm sure most of you are ordering a lot of food. There's an industry solution which ensures that your order is going to the hotel acts on it, and simultaneously a rider is also associated to it. So all this is happening in banking, let's say, the core banking, which updates your passbook, where you can see your money, when you swipe your card, the money gets deducted and everything. So the core banking is happening somewhere. In manufacturing also, some core banking, core manufacturing stuff is happening, right from when you push a car, push an order, or you go and book a Mahindra Scorpio or some car like that today. So the factory gets the intimation that we have to produce a black Scorpio, and hence, so that's again the core. Then comes the industry agnostic solutions. What are the industry agnostic solutions? The industry agnostic solutions are your finance, your HR, and your sales, essentially. Supply chain also, procurement also, but these are all, part solutions. So what would be in your finance? Finance would have your GL. So people who are from commerce over here would understand accounts receivable, accounts payable, general ledger, all that comes in finance. In your HR, complete hire to retire. So today, tomorrow, when you're done with your MBA or before doing an MBA, if you apply to a top company, they will always push your application through a Workday platform. Workday is a very big company for that matter, or through we also have a product Oracle platform or things like that. And in CRM, CRM is essentially how you're reaching out to your customer, right? So I don't know how many of you do, but I'm sure people like Anju and all would be receiving n number of calls. Your parents probably would be receiving n number of calls from Bajaj Finance today. Bajaj Finance philosophy is, I will bombard with calls, I will irritate the shit out of my customers or potential customers. But there is a method to the way they do it. They don't just randomly pick telephone numbers. So a lot of people think there's a random process, but there is a CRM suite, and I'll talk briefly about it a little later. So there is finance, there is HR. HR is hire to retire, and then there's sales. And essentially why people need this suite is because they want a single source of truth running through the entire organization. If you are maintaining Excel sheets and everything, someone is maintaining some Excel sheet, someone is maintaining some Excel sheet, it really doesn't matter. But the moment you have a single source of truth, that is a very intelligent organization. That's a smart enterprise. That's an intelligent enterprise. So on top, you have the industry solutions, just as I spoke about. On below, you have the enterprise-wide applications. They also call it ERP, enterprise resource planning. And to protect the single source of truth, you'll have something called a cybersecurity. Now, you don't want hackers and everyone coming and stealing your data. I don't know if any one of you, so many of you would be using Sony PS. So Sony PS got their systems hacked very recently. It was on the news. Not very recently, I think it was some time back. So all this keeps happening, you know. So there are people with malicious intent who will try and attack these companies' softwares and try to take data, you know. So I heard that one of the dating applications also got hacked and a lot of things. So be careful when you're opening profiles and everything there. But essentially, you need to protect the single source of truth. So there's a lot of technology products that are helping companies secure their network. So you must have heard of concepts like firewall and all of that. That is essentially to secure your network. So there are a lot of sales job opportunities there as well, because you need salesmen to go and articulate what that technology product does. And then really at the bottom, at the very end is your people who are going to implement these services. So if you tomorrow buy an SAP product, or if you buy a Workday product, or if you buy any of these products, you just bought the product. So just like you buy an AC, someone comes and does the drilling and the piping and then installs this indoor unit and the outdoor unit, and he'll discuss with you where do you want to position it and all of that. So there are companies which are called implementation companies or system integrators, which are essentially companies like Accenture, TCS, Tech Mahindra, lot of sales jobs over here. And finally, there is the most glamorous sales job. From the outside world, we are from the inside, so we exactly know how glamorous what is. But are these consulting jobs? So Deloitte, PwC, what you call the big four, that's where I started my career with Deloitte, who are going to tell you what to do. So how do you know that this technology is what you need? How do you know that you need to secure your systems? How do you know which product? Because there are at least 4 or 5 product options in every line, and all products are damn good. So you need a consultant who comes, who understands your business process, tells you what to do, and then helps you procure that product. Now, I talked about at least 5 types of companies essentially, or in a nutshell, I can actually tell there are 3 types of companies. One are the product companies. Then comes the system implementation companies or the implementation partners. And the last are your consulting companies. Now, sales job happens in each of these companies. Typically in consulting companies, the nature of sales job is a bit different. You know, you are supposed to sell and then deliver. But in the other 2 are prime, not prime, but very focused sales job. The salesman is only supposed to sell and do nothing else. So I am only supposed to sell. I'll take a case study of a big bank that I'm working with now. They are one of the biggest banks in India. And right now, and I'm sure many of you would have received emails or WhatsApp message or call from this bank. Now, this bank is just calling their own customers without having any basis to do that. So what we are telling them is, first is when you're sending an email, how to make the content of the email look very nice. You know, you can't just put text and send it. You want to put, you know, kind of a card where the festival comes. So Diwali sale, Holi sale, a 26th January sale, big billion sale, 0 billion sale, and all of that. So that comes in a postcard. Then there are some pictures of probably 2 friends buying a TV, or a married couple recently buying an AC, or a reasonably middle-aged man buying a washing machine, or an extremely young guy like you or a young girl like you buying a phone, and followed by what the offer is: 5% cashback, 6% cashback, 10% cashback. Now, what happens is, we are talking to that bank where, let's say you come up with a mobile cashback offer for their credit card. How do you target? Because mostly mobiles are bought from the age group of 25 to 39. So that is what research tells. So how do you push this to your current set of customers who are within this age group? So you push them through email, you push them through WhatsApp, you push them through calling, you push them through SMS. Once you have done it, then you see your success ratio. So the machine learning part of it kicks in, where the machine learning is able to say, people probably on big billion day are buying more of this stuff over a year, because probably that is the time when they get their bonus, or maybe in Diwali, because most of them are getting the Diwali bonus or something like that. Then what that system does is, it starts pushing other items. So once I've sold you a mobile phone on your credit card, next I will start probably selling you education loan, because I've got to know that you're in that age bracket. You may be going for an MBA. and let me try and push education loan to you guys. Now, once I've seen that 20% out of the sample reacted positively to education loan, then I will run a campaign for education. Once I've run a campaign for education, then I'll probably run a campaign for mutual funds. I'll say that how important it is to save. If you don't save, you're going to die poor. You are born poor, but you don't need to die poor. And how important it is to start early. So all that keeps happening. So this is all again very important. See, a great salesman exactly knows when the customer is going to buy it. It's not because he has entered the market that time. It is because he has done a lot of, what should I say, juta uska bahut ghis gaya hai. Was a customer. So we have been to accounts where for 1 year we did nothing. And we used to, my manager used to tell me, why are you going to this account, man? They're not going to buy anything. And one fine day, the company comes up with an IPO. Suddenly they have a lot of investor pressure, and the company says, oh, we have to invest in a very big marketing campaign platform. And bang, we are in the game. But that is not the end of it. Because just like you, the competition was also there. So they also know they are going to, position their product. So now it is company 1, company 2, company 3, company 4. So now you start convincing the customer how great your product is. So often a thing is used that sales is about selling ganje ko kangi bech diya, right? अगर आपने गंजे को कंगी बेच दिया, आप सुपर सेल्समैन है. I don't agree with it, honestly. क्योंकि अगर गंजे को आपने कंगी बेच दिया and actually कंगी करने के लिए बेचा है, तो वो तो कंगी नहीं कर पाएगा, बाल नहीं है. So अगली बार वो आपसे कुछ नहीं खरीदेगा बॉस, क्योंकि वो जान जाएगा आप तो वही इंसान थे जिसने उसको कंगी बेचा था. हाँ, if you actually sell someone something that he really requires, is a great salesman. A great salesman is not who talks a lot. ज्यादा बात करने वाले मेरे हिसाब से अच्छे सेल्समैन नहीं होते. People who listen a lot are great salesmen. You don't need real. These are all these, fancy things that जो ज्यादा बात करता होगा अच्छा से, ऐसा नहीं है. ज्यादा बात करने वाले आपको HR में भी मिल जाएंगे, फाइनेंस में भी मिल जाएंगे. मगर sales is the art, in my opinion, of just doing your job sincerely. चुपचाप अपने अकाउंट में जाइए, चुपचाप टाइम स्पेंड करिए, चुपचाप. And once you get into MBA, you understand. तो आपका थोड़ा you get how accounting works, how cash flow works, how finance works. You will get to know that it's all of end of the day it comes to sincerity. I'll give you a very interesting example. Now there's a gentleman called Fred Smith. Way back, he wrote a dissertation on what he wanted to build, and he got a C grade in his dissertation. After completing his MBA, he actually went back to his dissertation and created a company out of it. And today it is one of the biggest logistic companies in the world. And most of you would know it as FedEx. So this FedEx guy, Fred Smith, he wrote the same concept in a dissertation, got C, but eventually, today you and I will probably love to work in a company like that at a senior role, of course. So things like that happen, you every time it's really not that आपने बहुत ज़्यादा बात कर लिया, means my principle of life is, and I've seen really great sales guys. So when you enter a company, you identify a few people that who are probably at a senior level than you, that probably I want to become like this person, that person. So most of the guys that I've identified are people who don't have the baggage of wanting to be the smartest guy in the room. No need to be the smartest guy in the room, because the problem with the smartest guy in the room is, let's say the product is a bow and arrow. The smartest guy in the room will continuously talk about how you can make a sharper bow and a more agile arrow, or a sharper arrow that pierces through 10 staff for 13 people, 14 people. But the real guy will invent a gun and the complete market will just finish, because no one is going to buy bow and arrows. They're all going to move to guns or something like that. So all that keeps happening, There was a very funny story that I read, that someone wanted to get herself or himself reminded that how good looking he was. So he bought a parrot, and the parrot died after a few days. And she says that, why did the parrot die? Because I used to give her all the toys to play and everything. The shopkeeper says, you didn't give the most important thing, that is food. So the most important thing for a sales guy is to know about his product, to know about competition. So today, it is extremely important I know about my competition. If I don't know about my competition, how will I sell, man? Because the fact of the matter is, WhatsApp भी message करता है, Instagram में भी message कर सकते हो, Facebook में भी कर सकते हो. Let's just assume they are separate companies at this moment. All 3 platforms you can send photographs, send voice notes. वीडियो कॉल भी कर सकते हो. How do I differentiate? Maybe WhatsApp पे load ज़्यादा उठ जाता है. You know, maybe WhatsApp is free. Maybe WhatsApp has a better, I'll go to technical terms, but let me avoid doing that. So essentially, always, it's very important to keep reading about competition. Asian Paints, I don't know how many of you know about Asian Paints. Asian Paints, अगर आपके घर में painting हुआ है, and you have been a party to it, at least seen those cans, there is a 80% chance those buckets were Asian Paints, you know. And the company is a paint company. The company doesn't operate like a paint company. The company operates like a tech company. The company is very, very interested how much paint is selling in which area of theirs and how can they grow the market from there. So if you, I'm sure none of you would have gone to buy paints, or maybe very few of you, because it's boring, you know, you don't like to do this at that age of, if you're like, you like to do other things. But Asian Paints is a classic example where it is a paint company, but it is a dream for a tech as a tech salesman like me to go and sell to Asian Paints, because they have achieved a certain maturity in their, you know, technology implementation, and they appreciate technology. They want to look for new technology. By the way, Asian Paints was the first company that bought a supercomputer in India, even before the IITs did. Another very interesting company, Bajaj Finance. I don't know how many of you have been to a Chroma or a Reliance Digital recently, but the moment you say that mere ko zero EMI pe chahiye, there's only one company that is standing there, that is Bajaj Finance. Bajaj Finance could be a BFSI or non-bank and NBFC, whatever you may classify it, but end of the day, it is a tech company. It knows so much about you, or based on your, you know, credit rating or your credit score or your other dynamics like your age and everything, that it is rightly able to predict what product you're going to buy, you know, with probably some 90% accuracy. So all these great companies that are building today, Ola for that matter, you know, Ola, just, can you imagine not going to a showroom and booking a scooter, booking it through an app? That is what tech has done to that company. That is where tech has brought, you know. So someone was telling me that Tesla, the latest model, it has just 16 moving parts. 16 moving parts compared to just open the bonnet of your bike, scooter, or car that you or your parents would own and see how many parts are there. So, you know, that is how it is. That's how tech is changing. That is how quickly things are changing. So again, a very interesting anecdote. Genius hits a problem no one can see, whereas talent hits a problem no one can solve. So if you're a genius guy, you will hit a problem that no one has seen. If you're talented, you will hit a problem no one can solve. So both will make enough amount of money as salespeople. And it is about playing the right card, you know, you having the right strategy. You know, I remember, I don't know which year of IPL was this, but there was a big fight between these Chinese mobile phones and the Indian mobile phones. Intex was an Indian brand, and I think Vivo was the Chinese brand. And Intex hit a great deal by winning the title sponsorship of Gujarat Lions. Now understand, you've got a title sponsorship in an IPL, the amount of eyeball that you're going to catch with that logo on the jersey and everything. What did Vivo do? Vivo went and bought the entire sponsorship for IPL. And hence, you know, they won. There was a very interesting, when I really started my career, this was in Bombay. Bombay is famous for its skyscrapers. And Coca-Cola had opened an office in the 18th or 19th floor. I don't exactly remember, of a building that I used to often pass by. And it was a glass building, and they had branded it all across that Coca-Cola 18th floor, because, you know, it's at a height, people can see from far. And Pepsi did a master stroke. Of course, they had to take it down after a while, but Coca-Cola said on the 18th floor, Coca-Cola 18th floor, 18th floor, 18th floor, and Pepsi, I think, rented a floor higher above and said Pepsi everywhere. So it is about how you play the strategy, you know, how you make your brand more relevant, everything. But I have a few, I don't know how much time do I have, Anju? Another 5 minutes?
Yeah, please. I think you can have easily another 5-10 minutes, and then we can open up for Q&A in case if they require.
Sure. So, oh, good. There are 26 people now. Nice. Become a celebrity.
You're attracting people.
I wish I had done it earlier in my life.
Yeah, you should have done it earlier, Roy.
But anyway, so what would be the few pointers that I would like to give to you so that you become a reasonably successful, not reasonably, actually a successful salesman? Because nothing succeeds like success, you know, only success succeeds like success. If you're successful, no one is going to question which MBA college you're from, what have you done an MBA or not. You know, it's great to do an MBA. Honestly, if you don't understand things like cash flow today, life is a bit difficult. Why spend 5 years in the industry to understand a basic concept like cash flow, whereas you can do it in a 1-year course, in a great college. And since Anju is here, I'll say in a great college like the one she is representing over here. So, you really don't need a mirror to see if there's an abscess in the palm. You don't need to spend 5 years to learn a simple concept like cash flow or things like that. So my suggestion to people who are aspiring or are going to, probably start their journey very soon, they're going to do their MBA for a year and then they're going to come out. These are the very important years. And I would suggest and strongly recommend that you do a few other things apart from doing your MBA, MBA and, trying to answer, tell me something about yourself or trying to crack those GD. Boss, sub group discussion crack kar lenge. Believe me, sub group discussion crack kar lenge. एक कॉलेज में नहीं होगा, दूसरे में हो जाएगा. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि अरे if I'm a very introvert person, मैं तो GD नहीं क्रैक. ऐसा कहीं नहीं होता है यार. Means if someone is facing those issues, please drop a note to me. I'll exactly tell you what to do, and believe me, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है इन सब चीजों में. What you need to do is really build confidence in your life. And confidence doesn't mean overconfidence. Confidence doesn't mean always talking and किसी ने बोला tell me something and आपने अपने बारे में बोलना शुरू कर दिया. Probably he said tell me something not about yourself. So you really need to have confidence. You really need to be able to listen, patience. So confidence आना चाहिए that when you sit, when you're talking sense. You're not talking bullshit. Have interests. बहुत important है. कुछ ना कुछ interest build करो, because what's going to happen is somewhere around 30 to 31, you're going to be in a good job. Everyone will start earning well because India as an economy is doing well. So you will start earning well. But क्या करे? Weekend आ गया, क्या करे? वो आ गया तो don't be that guy or don't be those kind of people who only think weekend आ गया तो we'll spend money in alcohol or things like that, only partying and everything. Build interest, maybe painting, maybe guitar, music. If you can, believe me, if I could play the guitar, if I can go back, I would have learned that. Such an awesome thing to learn. You can just draw people, attract people, and just be the center of the party. I could not, so I started picking the drums. Read a lot of books, man. I think itna kuch hai, history hai. It's very important to know about, honestly, about history, I would say. But history hai, markets hai, stock markets hai, please. So tomorrow, all of you are going to have a lot of money to buy that 60-inch or 65-inch or a 70-inch TV. But always ensure the bookshelf is bigger than your TV. You need to have a lot of books. And if you're not in the habit of reading books and you want to start now, do that. If you think that log kya kahenge ki aaj mere haath mein book dekh ke, I know thoda difficult hota hai, but try, matlab chupa lo logon ke samne, but padho book, zarur padho. And you can start with books. I can tell you a few books that you should definitely read, and it will slowly help you, because एकदम से हाई फंडा बुक पढ़ने लग जाओगे, इंटरेस्ट नहीं आने वाला है. So just start somewhere small, and there are a lot of books that I can suggest to you. Play sports, man. Definitely play some sports. It could be badminton, it could be cricket, it could be football, it could be golf, it could be anything. It could be cycling, it could be running, it could be some kind of fitness. But please do that. That's going to work. I would say have some kind of a fitness regime. I'm not saying everyone needs to be really fit in life. No, what I'm saying is you need to be going out of your house and doing something, playing some kind of sports, running, yoga karo, kuch bhi karo, magar kuch karo. Have a wardrobe, man. Start building a wardrobe. I'll suggest a few books. Have a wardrobe. People who dress smartly are the best people. Believe me. And I don't know how many of you are from Gurgaon, Bombay, but go to these corporate places, in Gurgaon, I can tell you, Cyber Hub chale jao, One Horizon chale jao. People who dress up smartly, girls and boys, they always stand out. So see, I'm a short guy, I'm not a tall guy. So if I start wearing clothes that look good on a tall guy, because I've seen someone else wearing it, doesn't make sense. I need to understand what are going to look good. And there's so much of content on social media, internet, you can, but build. ये नहीं कह रहा बहुत 50 शर्ट खरीद लीजिए, 6 shirts खरीदिए, but good shirts. Eventually you'll need them. Always dress up smartly. Please, so there's a rule which says that hard work, network, and shamelessness is the key to success. And I somehow believe that yes, you need to be working hard or working smart, whatever you're good at. You need to be really good at networking. And networking again doesn't mean that जाके कहीं खड़े हो गए, बात कर लिया. in the early stages of my life, I started smoking because I thought that it's the best way to network. Sutta peene chale jaate hain aur network ho jata hai. I've quit smoking for the past, I think, 5 years now. I'm networking even more. So, हाँ, वो सुट्टा point पे networking नहीं होता, और कहीं हो जाता है, but networking होता है. You can network anywhere. मतलब आप सुट्टा पी रहे पीछे, मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. Build a set of good friends with whom you can discuss stuff. Be close to your family as well. These two things are so damn critical, man. If you have good friends and if you have good family, that is what always keeps you going. Vacation पे जाओगे या तो friends के साथ जाओगे या family के साथ जाओगे. Solo trip sounds very cool. मुझे नहीं पता, मैं तो नहीं कर सकता. I am very scared of doing that. Maybe it works for people, but I know of a very good friend, a lawyer friend who recently went for a solo trip, but मैं नहीं जा सकता कभी. Yeah, have life skills, please. It's very important for people to know how to cook. Means you may not know everything. दाल मखनी और शाही पनीर बनाना सबको नहीं आना चाहिए, but कुछ तो अपने लिए खाना बना सकते हैं ना. On a nice Saturday evening, after when you've come back after cracking that $1 million deal and you're going to get so much money as commission, you want to enjoy by cooking your own meal, not necessarily hitting the dance floor. So yeah, those are the few things, because sales is exciting. There's so much to cover in sales. I was just talking randomly. I didn't have slides because I don't make slides. I only make them for my bosses, not for otherwise any other janta. So means you can reach out to Anju. There's so much support staff. I was hearing the people on the call earlier also. But I think these few pointers would really help you. And sales is a great career to make. Invest in it. And one last closing remark, if you want to be a salesperson or an HR person or a finance person, is please start understanding how investments are done. ये जो आजकल होता है ना, SIP करो, म्यूचुअल फंड करो, स्टॉक में डायरेक्टली लगा दो, कोई जरूरी नहीं है अभी आप करना शुरू करो, बट अगर आप पैसा नहीं लगाते हो तो मजा नहीं आता. I come from a city called Lucknow. The only cricket matches where I used to play is where there has to be some betting, because that is when it brings out. मतलब जब betting हो जाता था, even could be 10 rupees. वो बहुत अच्छा फील्डिंग करने लगते हैं लोग, क्योंकि उनका 10 रुपए लग गया. So put some money, see how the stock market is going. You can buy shares for even 300 rupees, 10 rupees, 30 rupees. They're good stocks to buy. But थोड़ा interest लो, इससे क्या होता है कि you understand how companies function. You understand what are the biggest companies in India. Because tomorrow when you are in a sales job, you're going to be selling to exactly these companies. You're going to be selling to Asian Paints. You're going to be selling to Reliance. You're going to be selling to the Tata Group. You're going to be selling to the Steel Authority of India. You're going to be selling to the Ministry of, I don't know what, Housing Development. You're going to be selling to Delhi Metro. You need to know what is happening, man. It's very important, right? And just be yourself. Just be natural. No need to hone a personality that doesn't belong to you. If you're not comfortable talking English, doesn't matter. You need to know vocabulary. You need to have vocabulary. But अगर आप हिंदी में बात करते हो, कोई issue नहीं है यार. I'm a Bengali. Whenever I'm talking to my customers in Calcutta, I'm talking in Bangla. There are colleagues who are in US, and there are other German people, but I still refer to them as Shubroto Da, and a lot of people say ye kya hai, but it's always good to have that originality. Yeah, that's my time. Thank you. 28 people on the group. It's really pleasure talking to all of you, and all the best for your careers. Yeah. I hope we compete or we become colleagues someday.
Oh, absolutely. I'm pretty sure they'll be very excited to start working with you sometime in the soon, in the near phase. And I am trying to see if I can work it out in a manner that I can get you on board to mentor some students as well on campus across various places. I think it's very important that we have people who can mentor students the way they can understand. A lot of times in education, at least that I've seen, is that we do have mentors across institutions, people who can talk to students, people who can guide them, but they guide them in a manner that the child will not understand. So I think it's very important that we do that. So I'm going to
absolutely, Anju. I remember I'm from Lucknow, and someone from Lucknow reached out to me to become a mentor of 3 students, and it was from a college, engineering college in Lucknow. And end of the day, I figured out that these guys are not getting jobs,
Yeah.
And it is so simple today to get jobs if you are well networked.
Exactly.
It is, yeah, money may not be great. You may not be starting at 10 lakhs. You may be starting at 6 lakhs, but doesn't matter as long as you have a great brand. And it was so easy to help them because you are in a network and you're able to help people. And I think everyone today wants to help people.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that's also what it's usually when I do my rescue work for animals, a lot of times people come and ask me, so you're doing such a great job, you're rescuing animals, you're doing this, you're doing that. And I'm like, it's not for them. Ideally, I'm not doing any favors with them. It's only for myself, because there's a pleasure that I get in the feeling and the pleasure that I get that I'm able to impact someone is much more than what they would give. So I think, yes, everyone wants to help. Guys, we have absolutely a lot of people. On those anyway, mentioned the book that you guys can start off with. Ritik, thank you. I'm sure Anindo may have seen that. Roy thinks that this is the legend conversation and tone that should be in any particular conversation. So you have a fan for yourself there. And yes, it's been wonderful hosting all of you all, with you as well. If you all have any questions, please go ahead, put it across on the chat box if you want to ask anything. I wanted to know one aspect as well, Roy. You've seen so many companies, of course, in tech, but different cultures, different organizations. How much do you think does culture actually matter for an organization to grow? Does that matter? Does that not matter? Or is it just like an entire hogwash there?
So I don't know if you've heard about it, that strategy eats culture for breakfast.
Culture eats strategy for breakfast. I said it the morning. Culture eats strategy for breakfast.
So that is very, very true. So I'll tell you something that I was in a German company prior to this, and now I'm in an American company, and they are of two different cultures. One is a German culture and one is American culture. American culture is very aggressive, extremely aggressive. SAP culture is, German culture is something else. I would not like to qualify or quote anything, but end of the day, what matters is you're an Indian. So your culture is Indian, right? You're not a German nor an American. No need to. So when you work for an American company, you're not going to start speaking in that funny American accent that people generally do, right? Nor are you going to start wearing what Americans wear, right? Yeah. So culture is important for you to understand, and when you come inside a company, slowly you understand and realize the culture. It is very important for you to be very open with it. कि essentially आप तो नौकरी कर रहे हो ना, job कर रहे हो, and job is just so that you do something that gives you money. So when you're working at it, be there with an open mindset that whatever the culture is, I'll try to blend in and bring my own flavor as well. And at a very low level, working level, I would say, this matter nahi karta yaar. As long as you're a good guy, you're a likable guy, you'll do well in your life. You'll really do well in your life. And I'm sure, Anju, when you are also interviewing people, when I'm interviewing people, कैसे पता कर लोगे एक घंटे में आदमी षड्यंत्र रचेगा या फिर sales करेगा?
That is true. That is true. That is true. That is true.
If he comes across as a good person, you'll take him. Most of the times it works because mostly people are good. Sometimes it doesn't work because sometimes people are not good.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's a what do you say? That's a discernment of character that you learn only once you go through those years and that much
but
work.
Strong recommendation, don't become so. I've seen a lot of people. We went for this. We have this in sales. You have these fancy kickoff meetings every year. Yeah. So the sales team is treated very nicely, royally. You'll be taken to Vegas or something. You're made to stay in the best of the hotels. वापस जब हम लोग इंडिया आते हैं ना, दो टाइप के लोग आते हैं. एक होते हैं जो जैसे गए थे वैसे ही रहते हैं, और एक होते हैं जो उन 14 days में अमेरिकन हो जाते हैं, including their accent. So don't become those kind of people जो एकदम वैसे. But sales is exciting because of all this FCOM as in field kickoffs.
That is true. And well, I don't think anyone would have, since morning we have been talking about marketing, sales, a little bit finance here and there, but I don't think someone would have loved sales after listening to your talk. Everyone would have been like, the moment you talk about sales, unfortunately, it has such a negative, vibe around it. Everyone says, oh, ye sales ka manda, ye to mujhe topi pehnane ke liye hi aayega. That's the thought process, unfortunately. But I think if you're passionate about the field like that,
all thanks to you, na, because you promote that ganje ko kangi bech do to sales wala.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that, and I would like to clarify to everyone as well. That's not the way that we do things. But yes, sales is wonderful for sure, and I think the ones who genuinely have that passion for sales, I think can do wonderful careers in it as well. So thank you so much again for your time and everything else. For all of the students here, the ones who've been here since morning till afternoon, I think a lot of applause to all of you all with respect to someone wants to be in touch with you. You have a fan. If you can, Roy, can you share your LinkedIn profile? Maybe these guys can get in touch with you there as well. And I think that you guys can reach out to Roy in terms of LinkedIn, in terms of email, whichever way.
Yeah, man. I left to network. So if you guys are in Gurgaon, please do catch up.
Yes. So that's where you can find him. And outside of that, again, after an entire day-long session, thank you so much, everyone on the call today who've been part of this, who've been able to sort of continue throughout morning to afternoon, trying to understand, taking that effort and taking that initiative to sort of know where you want to be at. I think that itself is a very strong point in telling us as university professionals that this is a person who can actually come into the university and create an impact. I'd just like to take the last 2-3 minutes to sort of take you through a brief on Rishihood. Rishihood is a very new university. We started about 3 years back. It's an interesting story. We call ourselves the Impact University because I think each and every one of us who is part of the university is driven by a certain sense of impact that we want to create, both individually as well as, as a university as such. You look at the founders, they're very young. You have someone like Sahil, who's an IIT Delhi alumnus. You have someone like Shobitsa, who's the Vice Chancellor. Again, an IIT Bombay alumnus, an ISB Hyderabad alumnus, illustrious career in Amazon, stock options, poised to become the next CXO of Amazon, and leaves everything to come back to the country so that we can connect education and governance and a lot of other things in us. So I think we are a bunch of people who are truly motivated by the factor that we want to build an institution that can build the nation as well. And that's what all the programs are for. That's what each and every course is designed for as well. At the master's level, yes, we do have the MBA program. I've already shared the links in the morning, but in case if my colleague can do it, we have our admissions open for 23. This is a 2-year residential program for the MBA, if you want to look at that. And that program obviously has dual specializations and so on and so forth. We can connect in detail about it later. Outside of that, even if some of you all are really interested in public leadership as a space, political consulting as a space, you want to get into the core of public governance and do a lot of changes, then you can also evaluate the 1-year postgraduate diploma in public leadership that we have. Again, a residential program, very interesting course. I have my youngest one in that is around a fresh graduate, about 2021. He's the only graduate who has made it to that course. Otherwise, we usually take at least 3 to 4 years of experience. And the oldest one in that batch is around 44. So I think it's a brilliant mix and match of students who sit through and understand on how public leadership can also be reimagined in itself. Either ways, whether you want to be part of us, whether you don't want to be part of us, I would honestly encourage all of you all to be in touch with people who are ready to guide, whether it's me, whether it's Roy, whether it's the faculty that you met today. Please be in touch with us on LinkedIn, on contact numbers, WhatsApp, email ID, whichever way that you can, and draw value out of each and every interaction, because value creation is something that is there in your hands. It's not, I can put you in a room full of super achievers, and yet if you don't have the confidence, like Roy mentioned, if you don't have the confidence to go ahead, network with people, you're not going to be able to take out the best from the entire lot. So please make sure that whatever opportunities come to your door, you are able to knock them down. If you wish to start your applications with us today, do start in and avail the Catalyst program. Like I mentioned, it's a very simple process. Most of the students who apply to us go through a 3-step section wherein you have an online application. You have a statement of purpose that is part of the online application, which is the detailed document, or rather detailed essay that we would like you to write about what actually invigorates your passion, what is your purpose in doing an MBA program or any other program that you'd like to sort of opt for, what drives you, what is the way that you will contribute to our university, and at the same time, what is the way that you think the university can help you as well. Mind you, I've had students at Rishihood. I'm not looking at 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 students to come in and join me. That's not the area. I am looking at exactly 200 impact individuals who will join 9 of my courses for 2023, which means per batch, I'm not looking at more than 25, 30 students as such. But these 30 students for my MBA program have to be absolutely on point curious. If you're curious to explore new things, to explore new avenues, to take risks as such, then you need to have the courage to do that as well. So if you have the courage to take the risk and explore these things, at the end of the day, we would like you to experience joy in whatever that you do. These are 3 attributes that I need to see in my students. And these are the students, these are the impact individuals that we are looking for as well. So if you think you fit the bill, if you think you're someone you can have that penchant for nation building, you want to contribute something genuinely in either an entrepreneurial way or otherwise, do feel free to reach out to us, go through the process. I always say the first step for any MBA aspirant, or for that matter, any aspirant, the first step is that you apply to colleges and get selected. The first is when the college has to select you. The second is when you select the college. So apply to 5 or 6 universities. Maybe you'll get through 3 of them. If you get through all 6 of them, there's something wrong with your selection. You've chosen something too easy. Yes, so apply to 5 to 6, get through to 3. Once you get these 3 particular options in hand, we spoke about the various parameters on which you can shortlist your B schools, look through them, look at your preferences, and then finalize the B school that you wish to get into. I think make informed choices. That's very important. There is no reason why you should rush into things. There's absolutely no reason to rush into anything. So do make your choices very carefully. Multiple books, there are multiple ways. I mentioned this earlier as well, that every student who becomes an applicant with us also goes through a catalyst program. They also go through a certain improvement program. We do conduct a lot of counseling sessions, book reviews, the way that you want to manage your time. Do all of these sessions, take in exposure, talk about them when you're writing your SOPs, talk about them when you're writing your applications, talk about them when you're in your interviews. If you don't have a national level entrance exam score, you can give the Rishihood Scholarship and Aptitude Test as well. So yeah, there are a lot of ways in which it can be done, but do take the opportunity to go and fine tune and make the best decision. Any decision making today, you have so many resources. If it can't be informed, if it can't be something that you can evaluate well, then I think it doesn't make sense at all to go through with that decision as well. So think well, think smart, a lot of life. It's 2 years of your time, energy, efforts, everything put together. Invest it well and do take assistance from all of us as well. Thank you so much once again to everyone. And thank you so much to Roy, Dr. Sonika, Dr. Kirti, Pradyuman, my colleague as well in the back end, who's been handling the entire process there. Do avail all of the application waivers, everything by today evening. And I will see you sometime very, very soon in case if you all need to do some more interventions as well. Thank you so much. It's been lovely meeting all of you all as well. Thank you.